We are looking forward to our schedule. And Madam Clerk, will you tell us more about what to expect today?
Yes, Madam Chair. So what we have this morning, first of all, we've got Fire Rescue Department first, then Water Resources, followed by Technology Services, then we'll break for lunch. So Chief Robinson, if you'd like to take the podium.
That would be great. And just as an announcement, we are going to stay on schedule today. So thank you for your consideration.
That is duly noted, Madam Chair.
Madam, I'm going to pull up my. Thank you for having me today. And I look forward to sharing some of the great things we have going on with Rockdale Fire Rescue and some of the proposals we have coming up for 2026. So.
And I apologize, Chief Robinson, for interrupting. I should have announced this morning. So one of the things that we want to make sure we do today is speak directly into the microphone. We have some issues with those who are listening at home, viewing and that kind of thing. So if we could make sure we make an effort to do that today. Thanks.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you. So again, thank you for having me here and giving me this opportunity. Let me see if this, yes. All right, so the vision, mission, and values of Rockdale Fire Rescue. The vision is to lead the future of public safety through service, innovation, and unwavering commitment to our community. Our mission is Rockdale County Fire Rescue exists to protect life, property, and the environment through responsive emergency services,
Legend Tate.
progressive risk reduction, and a culture of excellence. We are committed to serving our diverse community with integrity, innovation, and compassion. And some of our values, it's not an all-inclusive list, but that spell out Rockdale is respect, openness, commitment, knowledge, diversity, accountability, leadership, and excellence. Good morning. So we've had a busy year already, Rockdale Fire, and we've implemented several new things. We've had some successes. Excuse me. One of them that we're excited to announce is our fee schedule. We were able to get that started. It includes our industrial and commercial occupancies when they build or do things. We do not have it in this budget because we didn't know the preliminary numbers at the time and it wasn't approved when we put the budget together, but we're looking for, with preliminary numbers we looked at, we think we're going to be able to, just looking at historical numbers, be able to collect around $100,000 worth of revenues that will help offset some of the cost of the fire marshal's office and some of the things that they do. So we're excited about that. That started July 15th and we're actively collecting revenues on any new applications. We also have had a recruit school graduation of 16 new firefighter EMTs. They were successful in coming out, and we actually have another. I never miss an opportunity to announce that we have another one coming. We plan to start that recruit school on September 15th, and that application period is open now, and we are definitely looking for great qualified applicants that can fill that role. You do need a high school diploma and be 18 years old, but you do not need any fire service experience or EMT. We will train you all the way through.
Can you talk about, for those out there watching and want to share information about the recruit school coming up, tell us some skill sets for ideal candidates.
Sure. We do have, a big part of it is our physical agility test in the very beginning. Mm-hmm. So you do have to pass that, which it's not as intimidating as it may sound. We try to get people through it as much as possible, and it's not as stringent as what you would have to do if you're a firefighter on shift, because once you start recruit school, you're going to go through all kinds of calisthenics and working and being in burn buildings and all kinds of things. So that is a big part of it, though, is being physically fit enough to fight fire. So it is a heavy lifting job, and we want to make sure that we're picking the right candidates for that. So we have now implemented a new written test to test cognitive abilities to make sure that people are successful when they take their EMT. A lot of people, when they go to take their state or national EMT test, they're just not successful because they haven't had that level of test taking, the standardized test taking, and there's just really no great way to teach that. So if we can teach it up front, and then, if we can identify, it saves them a lot of time from going through school and then ended up not being able to be successful through school. Then we have to start all over and train someone else. So those are really the two. Of course, you got to be 18 years old, no felonies, and I have a high school diploma or GED. But other than that, we do a psychological evaluation. We do an extensive background check. There's a lot to it that goes into it. So that's why we opened the application process a month ago, and we're not even starting school until September 15th because it takes a long time to get through one person through this process. But we want to make sure that we're picking the right candidates that have that ability to be successful.
And the starting salary for right now is what?
So the starting salary while you're in recruit school is $40,000, and it's at a 40-hour rate. When you go on shift, it's closer to, I believe it's 44. I don't have the exact number, and then it's at a different rate. So it's weird how fire service schedules work and how overtime works and all, and it's very specific to the fire department. But that's the standard rate. But I do want to mention with that, you look at a lot of the places. There's a lot of overtime opportunities, and there's a lot of. We do have an incentive policy when you get different EMS levels, and we're adding education into that, and then longevity. So there's ways to make more money. It's not just this $44,000. So sometimes you'll see other agencies, other people around us, they may have a higher salary, but a lot of times that stuff's included in their salaries. So I certainly welcome, again, if you don't have any experience at all and you're looking for a job in the fire service and where you can get your firefighter 1, firefighter 2, and EMT, Rockdale County is an awesome place to work. I've spent 17 years here, and I wouldn't have done that if it wasn't for the opportunities and things that Rockdale has afforded me. So I certainly welcome anybody who's willing to take on that challenge.
Very good.
Some of the other successes, we did put in 2 new Quint apparatus and 1 engine apparatus. The engine apparatus will be coming later this year. We did get a grant for Station 4's generator. Station 5 is under reconstruction. We're hoping that it is complete over the next 2 weeks for us to get ready to, it'll be complete enough to get a CO, and it'll take another couple of weeks to get moved in, get everything settled and ready to actually run calls. So I do look to doing a grand opening up there soon when we have a little bit better honed in time of when we're going to be able to actually open. So we did replace the roof at Station 7. It was in bad need of that. We've also started facility beautification. We've looked at our facilities, and some of them have just kind of gotten in a place where they needed to be fixed. So even so much to going out and pressure washing the pads and things around, and we've doing landscaping and things like that. So those are important to us, and making sure that we are presenting ourselves in that professional light. We've implemented a new SOP software, which is called LexiPol. We've got it started in the implementation process. We've also a couple other things. We've also started finding some of the funds from our professional services that we've reduced, and we've started really heavily hitting our special operations teams as far as being able to fund those, where the funding had kind of been pulled over the years and not funding them as much as they can. So and we brought a lot of our professional services back in-house, and some of that funding that we were going to use on those professional services, we have been able to, like the hazmat team or the trench rescue team, confined space team, all of the teams you can imagine. There's a lot of equipment that goes along with those specialized rescue. The dive team is a big one. Swiftwater rescue. We have a lot of teams you may or may not know about it. And it's, of course it costs money to keep their equipment going. You don't want to go dive 30 feet into a reservoir and have equipment that's not been function tested and ready to go. So those are some of the things we've done. We've put gas monitors on every apparatus, or we just got them in. We're putting them on every apparatus and have where we can actually go out, and you don't have to wait forever for somebody. If you smell gas in your house, you don't have to wait forever for them to come out. So those are some of the successes. Some of the opportunities we have coming up. The training facility, we have the construction of it, hopefully going to start in the next few months. We have opportunity to partner with outside agencies, which we're actively getting on committees and doing things that we can put ourselves as Rockdale Fire out in Rockdale County out to not just Rockdale, but in our surrounding areas. As you know, in some major incidents we've had in the past, we've had a lot of people come in and help us, and we need to be able to do that in turn, right? So we need to be able to send our folks out, but in order to do that, we need to be part of these groups and make sure that we're doing that. So. We're also always looking for grant opportunities. Planning on putting in, there's a firehouse grant, firehouse subs grant, and things like that. I'm planning on putting in for grant opportunities as much as possible. So we do have a large capital that we'll go over in just a little bit, but that's on my needs list. But it doesn't, if we can offset that funding somehow, we're certainly always looking to do that. The recruitment and lateral hiring. We've started lateral hiring. If you notice, and again, I speak to the audience. If you have people that are already firefighters and EMTs, instead of us bringing them in and having to train them and do all those things and get those certifications, which takes a long time to get, we're always looking to hire people from that's either gotten out of the fire service that we can get their certifications back. Or people that we can utilize their certifications on day one. That's really important in cost savings for sure, and building experience and bringing someone in with experience is invaluable too. Because even when we get them to recruit school, they have firefighter 1, firefighter 2. They are at that point they are. They've been trained, but they haven't gained any experience. So having somebody that's been on a truck for 5 or 10 years, that's a big deal. That's invaluable. You can't get that back. We have opportunity to do better job social media branding. We've been trying to put out Facebook posts pretty regular, but I'm not artsy in that in making those posts. So I'm leaning heavily on other folks, and they're doing a pretty good job. So. And then our ladder and squad purchases, you'll see those in the capital improvement as well, but they're both SPLOST funded. We have been able to obtain the purchase order for the ladder, and we're working on going out for bid for the squad at this time. So some of the challenges, of course, is retention of staffing. That's kind of systemic in all of the fire service now. But we're actually having an uptick in applications. Right now, this morning, we had 138 recruit applications for 25 positions, and those are the ones that haven't been filtered through. So that's just the running list of people that we need to filter through right now. We have, I believe, 18 going to psychologicals and going to that next step. They've already passed the written and the physical agility. So we're doing it again on Friday. If anybody wants a job, I'll put another plug in. Now's the time. Do not wait. It'll be over with. Again, a challenge is the training facility. While we do have it on the horizon, it is not built yet. So when you imagine firefighters needing to pull hand lines and learn how to navigate inside of a house, we're doing that, for years since I've been here. I've been doing it in parking lots, and how do you learn how to pull a hose around a doorway and how many pinch points and things, or how do you actually feel the heat of the fire and all of those things if you are doing it in a parking lot. We just don't have a burn facility, and we never have. There was an attempt to build one at Station 1 off of Sigmund Road, and we do use it as much as we can, but it's just not adequate for our needs. So we're excited about that coming. Community growth, more stations and apparatuses are needed. There's been a big growth within Rockdale County. In the last 15 years, I pulled some numbers. There's been a huge growth of, there's been a growth of population of about 14.5%, and our call volume has gone up 53%. But we've only increased we've only put one more station in, and we've only increased personnel by 12 people, which is 11% apiece. So we've got to make sure as we put those new, we got to make sure that the growth that happens, that we take into account those the infrastructure that goes along with it, and the fire service is certainly part of that. And so, you imagine I'll just use a multifamily complex, for instance, it's not just the buildings that go there that we have to protect, but imagine now you put in, 500,000 people, however many live there. We have to also make sure that we are able to run medical calls and take care of their needs as well. So we're certainly up for the challenge, but we have to make sure that we're building ourselves as we build out the growth in the community as well.
Can I also note that with our aging population, that would also impact the number of calls that we're going to see?
Absolutely. So we pulled the numbers. In 2010, we ran 7,867. In 2024, we ran 12,085, and that's which is a 53% increase. But a lot of them are medical calls. Approximately 78, I believe it is, percent of our calls, and it goes up and down, but are medical calls that we run to help people. And sometimes they're just lifting folks up and taking them from a chair, moving them, and putting them in bed, and then they'll call, in a little bit, and they want to go from the bed to the chair, and we do that, and we're the ones that go out and do that. So that's become more popular. People want to stay in their homes, and we certainly understand that. So with that, it raises our call volume. But when someone goes out on that call, when engine 1 or engine 2 goes out on that call, that leaves that territory open. So we got to make sure that we're able to look at those things and realize that if someone was to have a fire and engine 2 is on that call, they can't release from that call until that task is complete. So that's a big deal for us.
And I did want to say, I think the number you used was from 2010,
yes,
right? So in a 15-year time period, it increased 53% in call volume. But I do think that our call protocol changed from 2010 to now. I don't think that we had our trucks responding to all the medical calls in 2010.
We definitely, there's been national reports put out and studies done about it's really a lot of it is the lift assist. Honestly, it's those the home, we call them homeowner assist or invalid assist, but that's really pushed up our numbers a lot. And of course, the population growth. We expect the increase. So for sure, and we're also looking at ways that. We've already done it with one. Do you need a fire truck every time an ambulance goes out? Sometimes you have a stomach ache, and abdominal pain is a big we get abdominal pain calls all the time. Well, we've actually removed the abdominal pain from our response because there's really not much we can do for that. It's not that we're not sympathetic to their illness, but do you need 4 personnel and a fire apparatus at your abdominal pain call plus an ambulance with 2 people, or do you really just want transported to the hospital and the ambulance and they can always call us, and we've made that very clear with National. You can always call us if you get there, or even with dispatch if they hear, well, yeah, I've got abdominal pain, but my chest is hurting too. Well, please call us. We'll be there just the same. Mm-hmm. So we just want to make sure that we're responsible. And again, it's not about us going on calls. That's what we do. Mm-hmm. We just want to make sure that we're available at times when other emergencies may come out. So let me go to the next slide. And then the last thing is our aging fleet. One of I would say threats, honestly, not challenges at this point, is how long it takes to build a fire apparatus. And we've had extensive discussions about this. If you don't know, it takes, if I were to buy a fire apparatus like the Squad, when we bid it out today, it'll take 48 to 54 months for that to actually come in. So we do not have apparatus in queue to be purchased right now other than that one ladder truck and then eventually that Squad. So with that being said, even if we were to say, oh, we got all the money in the world, we'll buy what we want, it would still take a long time to get those trucks in. So that's those are issues for us, and we're going to have to figure out how to get ahead of our apparatus replacement and make sure that we're looking 4 to 5 to 10 years in advance, and not 10 years ago you call and say I need a truck and they'd have it to you in 6 months. Now it's 4 years, so we're having to make sure that we're ahead of that schedule, and we're not being reactive. We're being proactive with our approach to how we look at apparatus in the future, and that's our fleet is aging. We spend a lot of money on maintenance, and we have a lot of trucks down because of how aging our fleet is. So we're looking at options to try to get some of those things fixed. I trust that my team will be able to get that handled, but we'll be presenting options soon enough. Some of the other goals, our goals and initiatives. One of the things we're working on right now, I'll go through these quickly, is South River marking. The South River was noted actually by Chair Vaness that there was no markings for you if you were to float the South River from Rockdale County line to Rockdale County line and you get lost. You may or may not know that you went under 138. So what we're doing is we're actually putting markings down. They're signs. And I think there's about 20 of them through the whole river, so they're not going to clutter up the river too much. But they'll be on the trees, and hopefully you'll be able to walk a little piece either up or down the river and say, I'm at number 12. Okay, well, we all have that GPSed out. We know exactly where number 12 is. Stay there, and we're going to come and get you. We're going to come get you from number 12 instead of us guessing and having to walk the whole river to figure out where you're at. So if you're having a medical emergency or something's happened on the river, we'll be able to get to you a lot sooner, a lot quicker. First new upgrades, that's just our software that we use. We're going to be able to take credit card payments, which we're excited about for our fee schedule. And we're also going to change our online training module to that. Everything that we do will be in our one software. We will not have multiple softwares that have to talk to each other. We're going to be in one software. We're also looking into AI, which will help us make a much better report in the future. The firefighters will be able to speak into what they've done on the call, and it'll pull that data out and make our reports that are required for us to do. We've also had great success with the drone program, and we've just got a new drone where we're able to help find people in emergencies or be able to see scenes from the sky. We are doing professional and career development. So we're going to a promotional testing process, which our staff are actually excited about to see that there's more of a quantitative process to make sure that we have the most competent people in the jobs as they move up. Fire prevention and suppression, arson training. We're making sure that everyone has arson or fire investigation training to some extent. So we are that way when they're out on a scene, they know what to look for. This one got added in. We've started making birthday cards for everyone in the department. I don't know how they got on there, but my admin is very excited about that. So
I like that.
every admin meeting, we sit down and write out birthday cards and make sure that they get it. So it's the little things, right?
Who's your Sunshine Committee person? Maybe
It's Dr. Allen.
Oh, okay.
She does a great job with that, for sure.
Okay, excellent.
The Christmas and Awards program, we're bringing the Christmas party back to the fire department, and then our awards program. You'll see some people with the different awards for life-saving and things like that. So those little things where you tell the employee you appreciate them and the job they're doing is something that we are passionate about. Some innovation stuff. We're looking at preemptive traffic control. You ever go up and down 138 or Salem Road and at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it's pretty tough to get up and down. Well, our ladder truck, we only have the one big ladder truck that has to go all the way from the north end of the county to the south end of the county. It's at Station 1. It wouldn't matter which side it's on. It's still got a pass to go to the other side. So preemptive traffic devices, we're working with SO and CPD to let them also be a part of the one and National EMS, where when we turn our lights on, it will help guide it'll help change the lights throughout so that we can get to your emergency faster. So it's not like, hey, we're going to Kroger and we need to get there faster. So it doesn't every time we ride, but when we turn the lights on, it does. Credentialing for all ranks. This is just where we're making sure that, again, that the right folks are in the right positions. We're looking at individual thermal imaging cameras, and this is thermal imaging cameras. If you go inside of a structure fire and you look at you can't look at anything because there's nothing to see. It's pitch black. It's not like you see on TV. I get that all the time. You can just go in and walk in and grab it. It doesn't work like that. So it's pitch black. You can't see anything. So we use thermal imaging cameras. We currently have one on every apparatus, and the officer usually takes that. You can imagine if you're inside that pitch black environment and you're the one that doesn't have that device, it's pretty. I mean, it's, you know, they certainly can feel their way around. But if the most important part of it is finding victims inside of a structure. So if you become incapacitated, they can take that thermal imaging camera, it just hangs on their SCBA, and they can take it and they can look, and they look for heat signatures, and it will point out victims. So that's a big deal for us. If everybody's able to know where they're going inside of a fire and be able to look for victims, that's a pretty big deal. And also, last thing is we're looking to get Lucas devices. We currently have 3 of them. We're looking to put them on every apparatus. We've had I would say an uptick in saves, but also a reduction of back injuries due to not doing mechanical CPR or actual CPR. You imagine if you're in a Union Church Road and you got to go all the way to Rockdale Hospital or Henry, how much CPR that is. That might be 45 minutes of literally doing CPR, and you're swapping out. But you know, the backs are just we can't do it as good as the machine can. It's just impossible. It never stops unless, as long as the battery's going. It does it perfectly every compression, and we can't. You know, our backs just can't go, and your bodies can't go so much, and before they're wore out. Not a big deal if you're right here by the hospital, but it's a pretty big deal if you're not. So, looking at our numbers, these are our total operating expenses, and if you look at our operating expenses and our overtime alone, without the personnel numbers, we do have personnel that's been increased due to the COLA raise and some other things, but our operating and overtime numbers are actually zeroed out. So I wasn't asking for any money, but the raises and all kind of pushed that up a little bit. So these are the numbers as they stand. The proposed for 2026 is $2,233,955, which is a change of $76,254. I will note that $70,000 of that money came from administrative overtime. So I actually pulled it out of overtime that was given to administration. That we've cut out a lot of admin overtime because they work 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. I don't need a lot of overtime for them. So we moved that. So that's not an increase in those numbers. It's just moving it from overtime to operating expenses. And then, of course, the personnel services and benefits, I don't have a lot of control over, but it's the budget number is $15,571,022 for a change of $747,304. So total budget impact is $823,558. So I do want to and I can go to our org chart here. I do want to reiterate too that these numbers reflect we did lose or reduce by 4 staff right when I first took office. We did do a budget amendment and reduced our personnel by 4 people. So that was approximately $350,000 savings, which was able to be translated into this budget. So we're happy for that, and all those positions are getting taken care of, or all those tasks are getting taken care of as they should. So some of the increases, we don't really have a large increase in budget, but I did want to mention this. You see, when you look at our budget, there's a lot of numbers that change from one account to the other, and a lot of that is just making sure that we're using our money for what our goals and objectives are at this time. So if you notice, there's $120,000 that was put in there for recruit turnout gear. It costs approximately $11,000 to outfit a recruit. With just all the gear, the uniforms, the masks that they need, and all of the things they need. It's not cheap, but it costs about $11,000 to outfit them. So when we put on these new recruits, when we did the recruit school this past year, that wasn't accounted for. We had to go and find that money and try to figure it out. So we want to make sure we know we're doing a recruit school. We know we're going to have to purchase this stuff. So it was important for us to go ahead and move it out of other accounts and find it here, so we didn't have to come back and ask for a budget amendment later. The uniforms for the recruits, approximately $30,000. So those two numbers together equals up what we estimate to need. General supplies for stations. So this is everything that we have in stations, and we are asking for a change of $40,000. Again, we found it in our own budget and moved it there, so it's not an increase of $40,000. It's just it is a change in our budget. So I just wanted to kind of point out some of those things. And then natural gas has gone through the roof as electricity has. So we use natural gas for heating in a lot of our buildings, and our bay heaters that have to keep the trucks from freezing because they got water in them, obviously. Those are we have to keep those going, and then everyone's electrical bill is going up, right? So that's we're no different. They don't give us a reprieve from that. So this is kind of justification for that last page. Talk about the recruit turnout gear, the uniforms, the station supplies. So just to kind of put it in perspective, I have 11 buildings, including the training annex. And I put this little note on here just so there's 10 stations, one annex, the headquarters. In all, we have approximately 80 mattresses. So imagine how much it costs to replace your mattress at the house. I got to do that 80 times, and they last 3 years or so. So the 30 couches, 10 dishwashers, 30 refrigerators. I mean, and the list goes on and on of things that can go that go out. We try to fix as much stuff as we can and put parts and things, but eventually they go out. So one of the things that what we've done, we took the $40,000 actually from services, and we moved it down to repair. We removed it out of repair services and moved it into general supplies. And the reason we did that was so that we can fix it ourselves. I have a couple of logistic folks that can go out and fix things. And if I can save the money on not spending money for the service, I mean, how much does it cost to call a plumber versus how much does it cost for me to repair it ourselves? And we do a lot of our own in-house repairs. We've increased that significantly. And we just to make sure that we save as much as we can. So it needs to come out of the service line and into the goods line, and that's why the move. So there's not asking for more money, just asking for the change and where that's at the time. So our organizational chart, I'm happy to announce that we're not asking for any increase of personnel. We actually, I put this note on there that we removed the assistant chief of EMS and as well as the EMS Q&A officer position. Doesn't mean that the job's not getting done. We just took and we have 2 EMS trainers and they keep up. They do the new EMS certification for all staff, and they also keep up with all continuing education hours, which is a lot. When you're talking about 160 people trying to keep up everyone's EMT, and they all have to have 40 hours. That's a lot, and plus CPR and all those things. So, but we realized that those positions can be combined. So we took the EMS assistant chief position and the QA officer, and we put their task on the EMS training division. Now all of that falls under them. So EMS supplies and all of the things. We're actually going through a state audit to make sure all of our stuff is up to speed, which I'm sure it is. And so we'll see how they've been doing over the last 4 months. So we removed a couple of logistics specialists as well from when this was presented last year, and we just made sure to streamline the division of labors to make sure that we're utilizing our personnel to their fullest potential, and there's not a lot of downtime. We also, I no longer have an executive assistant, so which is it's okay. I write my own emails, so no worries. All right, so that brings us to the capital plan. So it's an extensive list. I will say that the fire department is an expensive venture, but it is a worthy adventure in my opinion. So if you just kind of going through this list, and I'll kind of go 26, and then we'll work around. So automotive equipment is $50,000. Asking for a new dive boat. We have a dive team. We also have a swiftwater rescue team. The boat that they have is one of those dinghies, if you will, that's inflatable, and it hasn't held air since I've been here. So it's been here since 2008, and it was old then. So it's never held air, and it still doesn't hold air. So they have to pump it up and hope it works then. So we're looking for a new dive boat and to make sure our dive team can access more places. We do have a pontoon boat as well, but it can't access but a couple of lakes in the county. It can't get other places. So we're looking for something that can actually access the rivers and we had a dive not too long ago in a neighborhood, and DNR is able to get their boat in there, but it takes them a while to get there if they're even coming. So we want to make sure that they have the right equipment to do that. Also, in improvements, we have rescue equipment, AEDs, MDTs for the truck. Our software works off of iPads, and iPads are much cheaper than the MDTs that we're currently using, which are GTAC, kind of like a Panasonic Toughbook. They're like $4,000 a piece. So we can buy iPads for much cheaper, but we need to get them purchased where they can actually go out and they can use that iPad during inspections, pre-plans, and on calls. Also, PPV fans, the current, we've replaced a lot of them with the new apparatus replacements, but the PPV fan are positive pressure ventilation fans, where we use it to force smoke out of people's houses. The old models were, the only way they could make them at the time, I guess, was they were gasoline driven, like your, a lawnmower or something might be. Well, it pulls carbon monoxide and everything else in behind with the fan as it's pulling it through. So we're getting your smoke out, but we're also pumping your house full of carbon monoxide, and then you have to wait a long time. So we're looking for battery operated PPV fans. The thermal imaging cameras I've already mentioned, and then air cylinders. So air cylinders come up every so often. DOT regulates they are only good for 15 years, and we have to get rid of them. There's nothing we can do about it. So we have to replace those air cylinders. Those and SCBAs come up pretty regular. They're only good for the number of years, as well as our turnout gear, 10 years, and it's got to go in the trash, or we use it for training. Construction of heavy equipment, engine. An engine to replace, we have engine 5. It's a 2006 truck. And then building improvements have turnout gear storage. So with the additional set of turnout gear, plus just some of our old and aging buildings, they never put in storage for their turnout gear. So it's kind of just laying all over, and pests and everything else can get into it. So we want to make sure that we put the proper racking in to hold that, to increase the longevity of that equipment. 2027 radios. Our portable radios, which I heard Director Webb yesterday state that we may be doing a complete revamp of the system, which might change this a little bit, and we'll certainly evaluate that before we were to purchase any radios. But our radios, they go in fires, they go in all kinds of environments. They get messed up, and eventually they have to be replaced, and they're very expensive. So I mean, they're $6,000 to $7,000 a piece, and they're pretty expensive to keep up with. Another engine to replace engine 4. Another engine. Again, this is just going to come up, and then a ladder. So the $3.9 million that you see, let me see. I think it's 1.8 of it's already SPLOST funded. So we're not asking for that full amount. Just the rest of it is already SPLOST funded. And then Station 4 relocation, that's already a SPLOST project as well. Station 4 is on Union Church Road, and it is in dire need of being replaced. I think it was built in the early 70s, and it was a Butler building. It was probably a 30-year building then, and we've been in it for well over 30 years. So,
and that's which location?
I'm sorry?
Which location?
That's Union Church down at close to Intercounty Stockbridge. 2028, we have the Lucas devices again. That's the mechanical CPR device I talked about. Just trying to spread that out over time. They're expensive. They're about $20,000 a piece, so they're pretty expensive. So we're just trying to not ask for everything at one time, and understand the county needs to be able to fund this. Engine, another engine. A hazmat truck. So our hazmat truck now is a 2004, and it's a lot smaller than what we need to actually hold our hazmat equipment. We want to make sure we have a good hazmat team with the amount of hazmat that we have in the county. They need to be able to tote that equipment Station 8 relocation, again, is a SPLOSH-funded project. And then we're looking to do phase 2 of the training center. So once this first phase is done, we have the burn building and all of those things in place. There's more things that need to be done to ensure that we have a fully functional training center and we can do everything that we need to do there. Again, 2029 radios, again, and Lucas devices. Replacing 3 new apparatus. Again, one of them is Squad 9, and that's the one that we're bidding out now. But I put it in 2029 because you pay for the trucks after they come in, so, or when they come in. So it will show up on needing to purchase it then. Mm-hmm. So it's already funded. It just needs to be in this document. So, and then looking at Fire Station 11, as I stated, so we have 10 now. As I stated earlier, we're going to need to increase our stations and our personnel and our apparatus to go on these calls as our call volume continues to increase. 2030, the air cylinders, again, will come up, and these are all, again, they're regimented out. And then replacing the engine 1 in 2030, which is engine 1's and it's got a lot of miles on it already. So, and then Fire Station 7 headquarters. It was also built in the 70s, and just looking at trying to get that building. We've been putting a lot of band-aids on it, including the roof repair. But it wasn't going to last till even 2030. It was leaking daily, and ceilings falling in, so it needed to be done. So. Total capital improvement that we're asking for, including the already SPLOSH funded projects, is $29,259,959. Okay, and I welcome any questions.
You must have practiced that. I mean, it is 10:45.
You know he did.
I mean, like, seriously.
Yes.
That's why I did the stopwatch.
I mean, that's really
Great
good.
job.
It gives them, they
right
can't
on
ask a lot of
time.
questions if I don't know them, right?
Thank you.
And I do just want to note for the record, I mean, that is one of the concerns with growth, is making sure that we are able to have first response for fire and sheriff's department. And so we're cognizant of the need for additional vehicles. And as you and I have talked, it would be nice if we could recruit a fire manufacturer here in Rockdale, because the market is just saturated with need. So, but there is no money up front down, which is kind of nice. And it is taking about that 48-month time frame to get them. So we'll just keep working and being aggressive about that. So. Thank you very much.
I thank y'all for being responsive to our needs, because it is I talked with the SPLOSH committee. You were there last month, and we talked. And the problem is every time anyone else asks for a vehicle, it's I need $40,000. I need this. And not every time I get up, I have to ask for $1 million, and it's hard. But our apparatus are going out just as quick as everyone else's. Ours just cost a lot more money to be able to do that. So I know it's a lot of money. We do what we can to try to reduce. We make sure we're using contracts and using best sources and those things. So we want to make sure that we're getting adequate apparatus, but also not, we're not trying to buy every bell and whistle that we can get. We just need the truck to be able to perform what's needed.
And I do want to let people know that we are working on the impact fees as a board, and right now we can't include fire or
So
go
right
through the
now,
list
fire
again.
is included, but
Okay.
we're working on the methodology report to update that. And then after that is complete through the DCA process, we'll start working on the actual ordinance to amend the impact fee ordinance.
Right. Okay.
Thank
Very
you.
good.
I have a
Thank
question,
you.
Yes, ma'am.
please. Well, not a question. Well, yeah, a question. In reference to the fans that caught my ear, is it a possibility that we can bill their insurance companies for reimbursement when we use that? Because don't they have companies that come in and do the remediation after fires? So why are we responsible for that, using our fans, for that?
So you talking about the positive pressure ventilation fans?
Yeah.
So they're on every truck. So every fire that we go on, we set them up after the fact, and
Right.
we blow the smoke out. It's not required, of course, by no means. We could open all the windows and let it dissipate. It's something we do, and we also use it for. We use them to push smoke so we could see a little bit better. So when there's hazmat involved, a lot of times we can go back and charge a company, but because of, we don't generally charge services or fees for service for fire service to like where we use the fans most of the time, which is residential, because we don't want people to start thinking, well, I can't call the fire department, I don't have money for it or something like that. So we try to limit that, and I will say about the fans, they're not cheap. They're $5,000 or $6,000 a piece, but when we buy them one time, they have to go in capital because they're over $5,000. But when we buy them the one time, I need like 8 of them. I think they should last for 10 years or so, as long as the batteries are good and replaced. So it's not a recurring expense that we'll have a lot of. So
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Robinson.
all right, thank you.
Okay, up next is water resources.
Okay, good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Commissioners.
Good morning.
Okay. Now, before I get started on my budget presentation for 2026, I just like to preface what this budget pretty much covers for Rockdale Water Resources. Okay. I definitely would like for you all to know that our Rockdale water infrastructure, we have over 680 miles of water in distribution main line. We have over 282 miles of wastewater collection system. We have over 6,000 sewer manholes. We have over 6,008 fire hydrants. We have 32 sewer pump stations. We have 5,500 water valves. We have 5 wastewater treatment facilities with a capacity of 11.77 million gallons a day. We have 1 water treatment facility with a capacity of 22.1 million gallons a day. And we have 1 water reservoir that holds 5.4 billion gallons of water. So this particular budget that I'm fit to present before you covers all of this infrastructure for Rockdale Water. Okay? We will start off the budget presentation.
And Director Pete, just
Yes, ma'am.
to note for the record that you do operate an enterprise fund. So can you explain that to the citizens?
Yes,
and the
ma'am.
difference between our general
Yes, ma'am, and
fund?
thank you for that. Rockdale Water we do operate our enterprise fund, and pretty much what the enterprise fund is that we have services. We generate revenue for services. So we offer services. We offer water services. We offer sewer services, and we generate our own funds. It's not tax-based.
Okay, so it's a user fee.
Yes, ma'am. It's a user fee. We have fees associated to the services we offer in water resources.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And also, we're a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week operation, too, so we don't stop. 24 hours, 7 days a week.
All right. Thank
Okay?
you very
We're
much.
round the clock. All right, so we'll go ahead and start off the budget presentation. And my first slide, y'all can tell me that. So which one is it? Down? Okay. We're supposed to practice that. Okay, so we'll start off with the vision, mission, and values for Rockdale Water Resources. The vision, to be a premier water and sewer utility in the state of Georgia, championing economic development and service delivery while embracing environmental stewardship in Rockdale County. Our mission is to remain perfectly positioned to provide the ultimate natural resource, which is water. Our values is quality, dependability, and exceptional service. And I will go to my next slide. My next slide will be my opportunities and challenges. We will start with the successes for Rockdale Water in 2000, for this budget period, I'm sorry. And some of our successes were water treatment plant and water supply maintained full compliance with drinking water standards with the Environmental Protection Division with no violations reported. We successfully completed the 2025 filter media replacement at our water treatment facility. We achieved 100% regulatory reporting compliance year to date. We was honored with the GAWP, Georgia Association of Water Professionals 18th Platinum Award for continued operational excellence for the Gees Mill Water Treatment Plant. We completed our Snap and Shows Phase 2 sewer model. We completed our ozone replacement design and bid. We completed arm and branch trunk line replacement design. We completed installation of 25 sewer flow meters countywide. We upgraded customer care and business affairs phone system to the dial pad technology. We completed internal cross-training between customer service, billing, and field services department. We implemented Smart Cap leak detection program. We upgraded our fog and backflow software, that's fatty oils and grease program. We implemented large water meter testing program. And we completed renovation of the collection distribution system Tatum Road facility. Our opportunities, wastewater treatment facility capacity. It's an opportunity there for that. We want to seek additional grant funding to implement cost-effective infrastructure upgrades. We want to increase the headcount in our customer service department to improve response time in call center and turnaround time for new services. We want to streamline operational processes for customer care and business affairs. We want to expand digital asset management capabilities to support predictive maintenance. We want to upgrade, implement new CRM ERP system. We want to continue educational outreach. We want to utilize AI capabilities within customer services and business affairs. We'd like to provide additional training and career development for our staff. Workflow management is opportunity, and also succession planning. Our challenges for Rockdale Water Resources. The challenges is competitive job market. We have a competitive job market out there. Increasing cost of materials and supplies. Aging infrastructure, water treatment plant, and water supply down. We have recruiting and retaining certified water distribution operators in a competitive job market. Automation and workflow processes, labor shortages, and maintaining rolling stock levels at our warehouse. Those are some of the challenges that we have at Rockdale Water. Okay, and I will go to the next slide. The next slide is my FY26 goals and initiatives for departments Reimagine Rockdale strategic plan. Assets. We definitely like to review, repair, and replace aging infrastructure for our water and sewer system. We have multiple G-Dot and R-Dot water and sewer relocation projects. Replacement of copper and lead water service lines. Our equity for Rockdale Water is continuing education, training for leaders and emerging leaders. We want to partner with local PTAs, schools, and social civic groups through our utility education program. We want to audit water and sewer accounts. We have that going on this year. Water and wastewater apprenticeship program with ARC and local colleges. In a couple of months, we should be starting our apprenticeship program. And what our apprenticeship program does is get our employees, wastewater or distribution system operators certified. So we should be starting that in 2 months, and we have that in-house. So we're doing it in-house. We have a vendor coming in doing the training, but we're doing it in-house. Innovation, champion conservation and reduce financial impacts to the utility and its customers by automating leak and high consumption alerts. Implement streamlined and self-service options for customer care and business affairs. Launch final phase of automated meter infrastructure. We replacing older AMI meters with stronger signals to automate meter reading processes. Implement and manage the Smart Cap leak detection program that we just started up this year. Implement testing and repair of large commercial meters. And that is the FY26 goals and initiatives. I will go to the next slide. Next slide is our operating budget. Our operating budget. So for our total operating expenses, budget FY25 was $45.4 million. Proposed for FY26 is $45.6 million, which is a change of $163,903. The total personnel services and benefits for FY25 was $6.4 million. For FY26 is $7.6 million, which is a change of $1.2 million. The total estimated budget impact for FY25 was $51,915,000. For FY26 is $53,300,000, which is a change of $1.3 million. I also like to add that in our operating budget, we have some fixed costs. We have operating expenses that are entered by finance, and those are fixed costs that we don't really manage. And I'm gonna just give you an example of some of those. We have depreciation, insurance, claims, indirect costs, dues and fees. So we don't manage that. That's like 18 point something million. So we had an operating budget of like 26 million, and we add the 18 is how we get our total. But I think we did a pretty good job budgeting for this particular year with 26 million for operating, although the total budget is a total of 45.5 million. We'll go to the next slide. Okay, the next slide is operating budget request. And this is the request where we have expenditures, changes of $5,000 or greater. Okay, so we can go to our technical services. Our technical services pretty much is our contractual services for water, wastewater, customer service, and engineering operations. FY25 budget, it was $14.8 million. In FY26 is $14.9 million. There was a change of $99,000 for the technical services. For the professional services, which includes sanitary sewer rehab program, sewer preventive maintenance program, and customer service staffing and temporary employee services. For FY25 it was 2.9. For FY26 is 3.1, which is a change of $140,000. General supplies and materials, water and wastewater material and supplies for collection and distribution operations and water and wastewater treatment facilities. For FY25 it was 2.3. For FY26 it's 2.386, which is a change of $17,000. Overtime. Overtime covers our after-hours response for water and sewer operation emergencies and treatment facilities, emergencies, outages, and staffing needs for the 24/7 operation that we have. FY25 budget was $251,000. FY26 budget is $259,000. We had a change of $8,000. Dues and fees. Dues and fees, water and wastewater certified operators that requires mandatory membership, conferences, training, and to keep their certifications current. I'm happy to report that majority of, I would probably say maybe 75 to 80% of the employees we have in water and wastewater were certified, which is pretty good. So we have to keep these certifications maintained, and we do that through training. FY25 budget $91,233. FY26 $121,665. An amount change of $9,910, and that's because we do have more certified water and wastewater operators. Education and training, water and wastewater certified operators that require mandatory memberships, conferences, and training to keep certification current. FY25 budget is $104,490. FY26 $114,000. That was a change of $9,910. Cleaning services. Cleaning services, contractual cleaning services at all the Rockdale water facilities. The FY25 budget was $5,250. The FY26 budget $11,250. It's an amount change of $6,000, and this is to maintain all of our facilities. And I kind of mentioned a lot of those facilities earlier in my presentation, in my earlier introduction. I'm sorry.
So it's doubling. What's the big change? Because it's doubling.
The big change in cleaning services. Well, for one thing, I know that the Tatum Road location. We kind of did some renovations over at the Tatum Road location, so we have more areas in the Tatum Road location that has to be cleaned now. Some of those offices was like closed off. Now we have them open because we moved our operations in the facility. So that facility, and then the other facilities we have, like the engineering facilities that we have, engineering, and also the water treatment plant, G's Mill. Thank you, Davis. G's Mill facility.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that. Communications. Communications, and it just went small on me. Radio programming for meter reads, cell phones, equipment, tough books, for field technicians, etc. What we're trying to do this year, we're trying to provide our field technicians with tough books in the field. That way we can kind of do real-time reporting. You know, when they go out and do meter reads and everything they doing in the field, we want that to be real time. We want everything to be uploaded to our system in real time. And that way customers can understand and know exactly what's going on in real time. Okay?
And that'll help with your leak detection system?
Absolutely. You know, we're trying to bring on the Silver Blaze, which is this leak detection program. So all of that is kind of working together.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good.
The FY25 budget for the communications was $340,715. For FY26, $358,754, and it was a change of $18,000. And I will go to the next slide. And this particular slide is pretty much similar to the slide we just came from, and pretty much just telling what the total budget is for the technical services, professional services, general supplies, overtime, dues and fees, education and training, cleaning services, and communications. Technical services is $14,968,000. Professional services $3.1 million. General supplies $2.3 million. Overtime $259,000. Dues and fees $121,000. Education and training $114,000. Cleaning services $11,000. Communications $358,000. And I will go to the next slide. And that's the next slide is the Rockdale Water Organization chart. And this first chart is just pretty much the administration section, which is the section that I'm a part of, along with the deputy directors and all of the leaders of Rockdale Water Resources. So pretty much we have a director, we have administrative manager, we have a finance manager, special projects manager, capital projects manager, customer care business affairs deputy director, infrastructure operations deputy director, and a general engineer manager for the administration team. We'll go to the next slide. The next slide is customer care and business affairs. We have a deputy director for customer care and business affairs, and the direct reports for customer care and business affairs is administration coordinator, customer care and business, customer service manager. We have a business affairs manager, and we have a business data analyst for the customer care and business affairs operation. We'll go to the next slide. That's what I can't see. Okay, and the next slide is still part of customer care and business affairs. We have our customer service manager, Andre Thomas, for customer care and business affairs, and you can see the rest of the employees that's a part of that team. And we can go to the next slide. The next slide for customer care and business affairs, we have our business affairs manager that manages that team, and along with her teammates. And we'll go to the next slide. The next slide, we have our deputy director of infrastructure. That's everything operational wise, as far as the water treatment facility, the fire wastewater treatment facilities, and all of the pump stations, and all of water and sewer infrastructure here in the county. So we have our deputy director of infrastructure for that particular group. His direct reports is a water compliance manager for compliance. We have a water treatment plant manager, manages the treatment facility. We have a sewer rehab infrastructure manager that manages all of our sewer rehab. We have a water and sewer ops manager that manages the collection and distribution team. And we have a warehouse manager that manages our warehouse. Next slide. Okay, the next slide is just breaking it down a little farther. That's our sewer rehab infrastructure manager and his teammates that help him manage that particular operation. The next slide, we have our water and sewer operations manager breaking it down a little farther, and his teammates that helps him manage that operation, which is the collection and distribution system. The next slide, we have our warden superintendent. Warden superintendent follows up on the ops manager. They are our field support and his team that assist him with the field support, daily field support, 24 hours, 7 days a week. We have our water treatment plant manager in his team. His direct reports for the facility is the administration coordinator. We have a water treatment plant superintendent. We have a chief operator, and we have a mechanical maintenance supervisor. And that's his teammates that helps him manage the treatment facility 24 hours, 7 days a week. Water treatment plant superintendent, just breaking it down a little farther, she have 2 direct reports, a lab technician and a lab tech 2. We have a chief operator for the facility, and his direct report is a lead operator, and the employees that assist them to manage their operation. We have and we talked about the water treatment plant manager, Vanoy Murray. So water treatment plant manager is the one that manages the whole operation for our water treatment facility. Okay, still breaking it down for the maintenance supervisor and the teammates that assist the maintenance supervisor in the 24/7 operation. Now we go to our general engineering services. We have general engineering services. This is the services where customers have a new installation for water, sewer. And that's where all of the new construction come through the general engineering services. And so we have a general engineer. He's a professional engineer that manages that particular service, and the direct reports is a principal engineer, administration operations coordinator, engineering and construction manager, engineering tech, a superintendent of inspections, water and sewer, and 2 water and sewer inspectors. That's for the engineering services. Next slide will be my 5-year capital improvement plan. So for my 5-year capital improvement plan, I will go over this, and you can see that the total number for 5 years is $122,487,157. It was an increase of probably about $200,000 from last year, $300,000 for last year, and I'm going to go over these numbers. But of course, this capital improvement project manage all the infrastructure that I listed earlier. We manage all that infrastructure 24 hours, 7 days a week, and it's aging infrastructure. It's pretty old. So we have to do a lot of maintenance on this particular infrastructure we have here in the county. But I would just go over the 5-year plan. We have the automotive equipment. The total for 5 years, we're looking at $200,000 for 5 years. Over 5 years, we have a lot of old vehicles. Most of the vehicles that we have for Rockdale Water, like 2005, 2006, they're pretty old. And we spend more money trying to maintain those vehicles opposed to just replacing them. Okay, for the technology programs and improvements for the 5 years, we have $1,036 in technology programs and improvements. What I've been looking to do since I've been here, we're looking for, first of all, we're looking for a computerized maintenance management system. That's important to have in any operation. That's what will cover our whole operations on a daily basis, where we're able to document everything that we do. Right now, we do have a system in place, Lucidi. The Lucidi system that we have is not giving us all the needs that we do have for Rockdale Water. So we're looking to upgrade to better systems as far as systems with our customer care and business affairs, systems in our engineering department, and systems with our operation and maintenance division. So we're looking at 5 years to, we're just searching for upgrades. We're talking about just about $20,000 a year. We want to budget for it if we find anything that works. And it comes out to like $1 million total for 5 years. Construction and heavy equipment. Construction and heavy equipment, we're asking for $200,000, which is pretty good for 5 years. And that's because we just need a few things right now. We have been kind of upgrading our equipment over the 3 years that I've been here. So for the next 5 years, we're looking to only upgrade to a cost of about $200,000. The building improvements, renovations, and expansions. Building improvements, renovation, and expansions. I did explain earlier, we have a lot of old aging equipment. We have redone our Tatum Road facility, building facility. So we're looking to do more upgrades. We're looking to do some upgrades to our customer care and business affairs operation up there. We're looking to do upgrades of our facilities, wastewater treatment facilities. We're looking to do upgrades for our pump stations. Most of the infrastructure we have in Rockdale County, we're looking to do upgrades, and upgrades will make it more efficient.
Can you talk about capacity
Yes.
while we're talking about money?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay.
For the wastewater treatment facilities, like I explained earlier, we have 5 wastewater facilities, and right now we have 11.77 million gallons a day that's slated to run through those facilities. Right now, we're just at a little over half for capacity, which is just about 5.6 million gallons a day that we're doing. So right now we're in a good position, capacity-wise. But I am looking, farther into the future because Rockdale County is growing. So, eventually, my goal is we have another facility, probably on the south side of Rockdale County.
Okay.
Okay? Water treatment capacity is pretty good. We're slated for 22.1 million gallons a day. Right now, I think it's just about 8 million, am I correct? Just about 8 million, so we're real good on the water capacity.
Okay.
Okay? And that's pretty much it on the capacity. And I think my last bullet is the infrastructure improvement, street sidewalks and pipeline. Over 5 years, we're looking to spend 120 million, and that is the bulk of what we're looking to spend. And this includes all of our distribution main line, our wastewater collection main line. This includes the facilities, the wastewater treatment facilities, the pump stations, all of the infrastructure. Most of it you can't see that's on the ground. So we do have a total for a 5-year period of $122,487,157. And that concludes my presentation for the Rockdale Water Resources. Do y'all have any questions?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you use your fees for? Because people may not know what the fees that you collect. How do you?
Okay,
use those?
we have capital CCR fees, capital cost recovery fees, and these are fees that anytime customers or developers want to actually come tap into our water or sewer infrastructure, they have to pay a capital cost recovery. Capital cost recovery is where a customer come onto the system, we have to maintain that system. And so when we bring more people onto the system, it costs more for us to maintain that system. So we collect fees, which is capital cost recovery fees. Okay?
Okay, anything else for water resources?
No.
Okay,
good? All
technology services is up next.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Okay. We're going to just take a 5-minute break. if
Okay,
that's
great. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Thank you. All right.
So, Madam Chair and Commissioners, before we get started again, I've been reminded once again to remind everyone to please speak into the microphone. They can't hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present the fiscal year 2026 operating and capital budget request for the Technology Services Department. In Technology Services, we work to be an effective technology leader and change agent in business technology and innovation for Rockdale County government. Through collaborations with other departments, elected offices, and stakeholders, we provide efficient,
Down.
It's like, where's that coming from? There you go.
the one in my office is opposite of this, but anyway. As I was saying, through collaborations with other departments, elected offices, and stakeholders, we provide efficient, cost-effective information technology services which support the vision and mission of Rockdale County. We do this by exercising the following values you see listed. For example, integrity. We hold ourselves and each other to the highest ethical standards. Under collaboration and teamwork, our success lies in working together, fostering a mutually supportive environment, and knowing that with passion and vigor, together we can. Under ownership, we always act ethically and in the best interest of our county and our stakeholders. Execution. We understand the importance of executing a plan on schedule and on budget. This highlights a few of our successes, which are a reflection of our continuing efforts to build upon our successes that we made since our arrival, myself and Deputy May, since 2021, to ensure we're taking the appropriate measures to safeguard Rockdale County IT infrastructure and the continuity of operations. One way we ensure that we're good stewards of taxpayers' funds is that our team is reviewing existing contracts to ensure we're implementing all features of the contracts that the county's already paying for. For example, Technology Services Department collaborated with the Finance Department to identify modules within their current software to help them be more effective and efficient. Their Electronic Funds Payment ACH project, which automates the check payment process. TSD also trained the Finance Department with e-bank reconciliation project, the e-requisitions workflow project, and the integration manager project. These tools should help them operate more efficiently while we continue to partner with them and other offices in order to secure a county ERP, which is the Enterprise Resource Planning module. To capitalize on more opportunities, as you see listed on this slide, we partner with the county components to assist them in completing an IT project request form to ensure requested technology initiatives properly address their business needs. Also under opportunities, we started quarterly tech ops meetings. For these, we invite all components within the county, that's all the departments, all the elected officials, to send a representative from their staff to ensure that they're completely aware of the services that we provide in technology services and to ensure that there's no duplications of efforts or waste, helping us all to operate more cohesively as one county. As referenced in our value statement values, one way that we seize these opportunities and face challenges head on is to help make sure the county's IT projects are a success by collaborating with the requesting department or the elected office and provide an IT project manager from within Technology Services to ensure that the project and initiatives follow complete IT life cycles. and all milestones are addressed, with an emphasis on the user acceptance testing. In addition to our quarterly tech ops meetings, we also reach out to each department in the elected offices to request their desired IT initiatives in order to incorporate them into our annual TSD work plan. We reach out to them in November, December, around the end of each fiscal year. And at that point, we triage all major IT requests to ensure adequate staffing and success for the upcoming fiscal year. By following these critical steps, we help to ensure that the software properly meets the business needs of the departments and the offices, and that their IT services that are provided are effective. And as you can see, there's additional opportunities and successes that are listed there. The Work in Technology Services Department falls under all three of the strategic themes in Reimagine Rockdale. We in Technology Services are unique in that we have approximately 100 additional strategic initiatives because we have to collaborate with all of the departments in elected offices to provide technical assistance in achieving their strategic initiatives to enable them to meet their business requirements. For the 9 Reimagine Rockdale strategic goals you see listed, they're specifically assigned to technology services. They fall under the innovation strategic theme. The first 8 TSD strategic initiatives aligned under the strengthened infrastructure and transportation strategic goal, and our 9th strategic initiative falls under the strategic goal of integrate innovation. All of the items referenced in this budget request today are aligned with these 9 strategic initiatives for Technology Services Department. This provides a summary of the Technology Services Department operating budget request for fiscal years 25 and 26. TSD's proposed budget for fiscal year 26 is $4.5 million. This is an increase of $615,385. This is over the fiscal year 2025 budget of $3.8 million. The majority of TSD's budget consists of contracts which service all of the departments and elected offices in the Rockdale County government. The budget increase is due mainly to the annual contractual increases for these contracts. For example, 32% of the increase is due to the county's communications contracts for fiber and Ethernet lines. This funds all the fiber and communication lines throughout the entire county. Another 11% of the increase is due to the Microsoft 365 licenses contracts for the entire county. And 4% of the increase is the Microsoft Enterprise Support, which provides the comprehensive technical support for the Microsoft products in the environment. Just those 3 items alone total $319,377, which accounts for over half of the fiscal year 26 budget increase of $615. For TSD, and the remaining increases are due to standard operating prices increases across the rest of TSD's budget, covering approximately 100 additional accounting line items. And those are for recurring contracts and expenses and services for the county. It should also be noted, though, as the tariffs are fully imposed and implemented, costs are expected to increase another 15 to 30%. With that, TSD may have increased expenses as the world changes. In addition, we reviewed every expenditure in TSD's budget and determined that several line items were no longer being fully utilized and were being phased out. And so we eliminated them from our own budget prior to us submitting our request. Those 4 line items totaled over $50,000. This slide further highlights the specific accounting codes which have increases for the 2026 operating budget. Please note that approximately 58% of TSD's fiscal year 2026 operating budget request is to support the functions of other departments and elected offices. The remaining 42% is used by technology services to keep the county's network operating and secure. We review the budget regularly to identify ways to operate more efficiently and effectively. We're constantly looking for ways to reduce costs. For example, we're researching an initiative to reduce costs for Microsoft licenses, which may be an option at the end of this contract before we renew another one. We're also researching an initiative to replace the county phone system, which should also provide cost savings by reducing the amount of hardware and utilizing more innovative cost-saving software options. In TSD, we focus on efficiency and the best value for the county. True, it would be easier to just allow all of our existing vendors to renew their contracts, but we review our agreements for potential savings and identifying better use of funds. We research additional vendors and discuss use cases with our colleagues in the field in other counties. The 2025 county cell phone audit that we completed internally and within TSD, we canceled 67 cell phone lines, resulting in savings of $110,952 over the next 3 years. Other examples of how TSD continuously reviews the budget and works towards cost savings to ensure we're being good stewards of taxpayers' funds. Last year, Technology Services upgraded the county network copiers, resulting in savings over a 5-year contract term of $366,122. TSD also collaborated with the Tax Commissioner's Office and the Water Department, and we secured a more effective and efficient vendor for the county's call centers, resulting in cost savings of $194,017 over a 3-year contract period. The county's budget is still benefiting from these cost savings from TSD initiatives. In technology, delaying or postponing replenishment or upgrading systems and applications creates a huge liability and could severely impact critical systems with disastrous consequences that grow with each passing day. The TSD budget is a reflection of the cost of the county doing business in a digital age. When it comes to technology support in the public sector, we ask that everyone recognize how important a role technology plays in just about everything our local county government does, including public safety, utility, communications, transportations, and so forth. Technology is more than a simple expense line item because it supports just about every business that a local county deploys. Unfortunately, some do not realize this and is viewed some as a luxury than a necessity. This is the current fiscal year 2025 organizational chart for Technology Services Department. For the new proposed organizational chart, our new business alignment focuses more on the county's network security and technology business needs, specifically placing the systems engineer under cybersecurity, reclassing the systems analyst to an applications analyst, the administrative operations coordinator to an IT financial manager, and reclassifying a systems engineer to a GIS analyst. All of the divisions in TSD work very closely, and we cross-train our team members to ensure maximum use of human resources. These reclassifications will help address the number of service requests, which have increased to approximately $7,000 to $8,000 this is per year, over the $6,000 per year. Please note that all of these are new requests because the TSD team does an outstanding job of meeting their key performance indicators of addressing service requests in a timely manner.
You said dollars, but I think you meant volume. You were talking about the volume, correct?
Yes, the volume.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
I'm paying attention.
I was on a roll.
That's okay.
But thank you
were
for
doing
catching
great.
that. Make sure y'all are paying attention.
Yeah, I was
So basically now
I just want to make sure.
the service desk is on track to have over 7,000, right at 8,000 service requests that they're providing service for the county employees. For example, a reclass to an applications analyst position will help us with providing better customer service for all of Rockdale's employees. It will provide a higher level of assistance of software programs in the county and to support the needs of the departments and elected offices. Being positioned in the service desk will assist with the cross-training and also succession planning. This highlights NACO's technology guide for county leaders with an emphasis on the workforce. Just to highlight a few items here: longer retention. By growing and nurturing the technology staff, the turnover tends to be less. This in turn promotes longer tenures and decreases the amount of constant retraining. To highlight the contractor costs here, our county can avoid the hidden costs of contractors' viability when it may be more cost effective at times to work with contractors because sometimes they do work faster and they take less time to complete tasks and projects, but they're still temporary in nature and tend to have less of a sense of ownership, and their priorities may not always completely align with the county's priorities. And historical data and experience is lost when we repeatedly pay to have the same or similar services completed by contractors. That's why when we make sure, if we do use a contractor, we make sure that our team work very closely with them so that in the process of them doing the work, we're also being trained on how to do the work so that our team may complete it in the future. Also, recent IT trends data support that more third-party vendors in the world of IT are associated with network attacks and data breaches. To highlight another area, lower liability. A well-trained, properly staffed, and satisfied workforce lessens the chance of liabilities occurring for the county. And government value. A staff that feels valued and have opportunities to gain experience will more likely convey a positive attitude and persona, and ultimately support and share the value of the government services to those around them. As a 24-hour department supporting all of Rockdale County offices, the Technology Services Department has experienced a significant uptick in service requests and countywide technology initiatives. While the department has remained resourceful in meeting the demands, the continued growth in project volume and service calls has created a critical need for position reclassifications. These adjustments are necessary to alleviate the workload bottlenecks and the burnout, and also to maintain service efficiency, reduce response times, and ensure the department can continue to support the county's expanding operational digital infrastructure and ensure continued system reliability and cybersecurity readiness. Just a few recent examples of where the technology services team has had to work basically around the clock after working all day during the regular core hours, also working on the weekends. Recently, we installed the new firewalls for the county where the team had to work on the weekend. Also, On a regular basis, the team has to complete routine network updates and maintenance that has to take place on the weekend, or else we have to take the whole network down and everybody in the county doesn't have a network to work on. And then also the testing of the generators have to take place on the weekend. All of those took place in the last month. So basically, in the month of July, the team worked almost every single weekend. And this is not a rare occurrence, because just in the last year, there's been instances where we've had the blue screen incident, where that was worldwide, so I'm sure most of you remember that. The team had to work all night on that. We've had lightning strikes at E911. We've had power outage at the fire station. We've had power outage at E911. We've had unplanned security updates that we had to do in order to keep up with the rest of the world. And we've had external software applications that go down, like, for example, GCIC, to go down after hours. So of course, when it goes down, the officers in the field don't realize that it's a GCIC incident. So of course, they contact our team. We have to triage everything, troubleshoot, and then find out what the source of the problem is. So this is an ongoing issue where, basically in summary, TSD needs the ability to be staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to fulfill this obligation, and more staffing is needed in TSD. This slide and the next one provides the justifications for the position reclassifications that we are requesting to ensure that the job descriptions more adequately reflect the work our TSD team members are completing now and what our mission and workload needs them to complete. These reclassifications will continue TSD's work of putting existing funds to better use to continue to update county's IT environment, bringing it up to date while providing a more solid foundation for all of the county's service providers to operate upon. These requested reclassifications are projected to save the county $6,854 in personnel costs. The current reality of doing business in a 2025 cyber world plays a major role in our request for reclassifications of FTEs for technology services. It has to be noted that TSD is currently understaffed and additional positions are needed. Given the current budget parameters that we have been instructed to operate within, we are not requesting them today. Although we have requested them in the past, and the need continues to exist. This slide references some general statistics for the IT world that we all live in today. The dramatic rise in cyber attacks globally, particularly ransomware incidents, signals an urgent need for a robust cybersecurity framework. Organizations must prioritize cybersecurity, adopting customized strategies to effectively combat the evolving threat landscape by implementing advanced cybersecurity measures, fostering a culture of awareness and preparing for potential incidents. Businesses can better defend against the relentless tide of cyber threats. The time to act is now, before the next wave of attacks strikes. A few more key statistics. In 2024, there was actually a 30% year-over-year increase in cyber attacks globally. Previously in North America, North America actually accounted for 58% of those cyber attacks. The reason why I refer to it as previously is because given the world events that we've had in the last few months, we Technology Services has received several security bulletins from the Department of Homeland Security and have informed us that these numbers are increasing drastically because our country is becoming more of a target for cyber attacks. Thank you for the opportunity to present the capital request for the Technology Services Department for the next 5 years. The majority of TSD's CIP budget requests consist of technology program and improvements. In this proposal, we tie each of the areas listed above to the county's strategic themes of SET: sustainability, economic development, and transparency. To highlight strategic initiative number 1, support county IT operations while providing security and sustainability of operations. In order to strengthen our cybersecurity posture, ensure data recovery and security in the case of an event, we have identified the items that you see listed in the list for CIP items in our budget request. Just to highlight one key item, the network switches throughout the county need to be replaced because they are approaching the end of their life cycles. This item has been on our CIP request for at least the last 3 years. Thus far, we have spread this cost over a 5-year period. If the county continues to delay, we will have to address the entire amount in one fiscal year due to the life cycle of the switches expiring. And this is throughout the entire county. To highlight strategic initiative number 3, establish business intelligence tools to improve business continuity. Currently, the county has approximately 100 different software applications to assist with business operations. An enterprise system would help to streamline the workflows and business processes throughout the county and integrate the business functions. A county's ERP system plays a crucial role in supporting economic development by improving efficiency, transparency, and collaboration with the county, making it a more attractive and effective place for businesses to operate and for residents to thrive, thus enabling us to come closer to being one county, one network, one Rockdale. And lastly, highlight strategic initiative number 5, improve technology infrastructure. This section for building improvements, renovations, and expansions is to support a computer lab to run virtual environment and simulations. This will enable us to better test rollout of software, server upgrades, and network configuration changes before they're deployed into an actual working environment. It will also provide the workspace desperately needed for working on computers and computer deployments and the refresh for the county end users. Once the Justice and Administration Complex moves are completed, Suite B next door to us should be vacant at that point, and some of that space could actually be used in order to satisfy this request. This strategic initiative also covers the county's need to upgrade the multi-gig cabling throughout the entire county, replacing all of the applicable Cat 3E cables with the current standard of Cat 6E cables. These infrastructure improvements will help to make the county end users more effective and efficient. This provides an overall summary of the capital improvement projects for the next 5 years, with the funding for the proposed projects distributed over the 5-year period. Again, these expenditures help to provide improvements in hardware, software, and IT infrastructure for the entire county government. In conclusion, the Technology Services Department is committed to ensuring Rockdale County's technology infrastructure remains secure, sustainable, and forward-thinking. The achievements highlighted in this briefing reflect TSD's dedication to innovation, operational excellence, and collaboration across county departments. As cyber threats and technological demands continue to evolve, it's imperative to prioritize investments in cybersecurity, infrastructure, upgrades, and workforce development. The proposed initiatives and budget requests for fiscal year 2026 through 30 for the CIP aim to address critical needs, enhance service delivery, and support the county's strategic objectives by advancing key projects, fostering cross-departmental relationships and partnerships, and staying ahead of emerging challenges. TSD will continue to serve as a trusted backbone for Rockdale County's operations. Together, we can ensure a resilient, technology-driven future for our community. Thank you. Questions?
Of course.
Of course, thank you.
Okay, I will, a couple of questions. So financial related. Can you just restate what you said about communications and the increase in expense? Can you go
Sure.
over that again? For communications and repair and maintenance.
Communications, that was, let's see, because I think I mentioned communications several times. Communications, I was probably referring to the Ethernet and fiber lines throughout the county.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what the bulk of that bill is for.
Okay. All right. And then repair and maintenance.
Repair and maintenance. Repair and maintenance are most of the contracts for the county.
Okay. Contract. All right. Are there any other questions?
I just have a comment.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a comment. Thank you for doing this presentation, and I don't know who put it together, but I really appreciate that it has the same content, but the presentation images are different. Thank you.
Thank you. I and the technology services team, management team, put it together.
Excellent.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, ma'am, for your comment.
Anything good? All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. You all have a wonderful day.
You too.
All right.
Thank you.
So now we will break for lunch until 1 o'clock, and then when we reconvene at 1 p.m., we'll begin with planning and development.
Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon. Thank you for lightening the mood in the room with your pink suit.
No problem.
We actually have two pinks here.
Ah, so we do. Yeah.
Okay, well, I will get started. I'll go through the presentation. First with our mission, vision, and values for the department. So our vision is to guide and support sustainable business, community, and commercial development. And our mission is to plan the overall development and growth of the county, administer the zoning code of the county. Oh, okay.
Down.
Okay. So I'll start over. Our vision is to guide and support sustainable business, community, and commercial development. Our mission is to plan the overall development and growth of the county, administer the zoning code of the county, navigate business, community, and commercial development, diligently enforce the zoning code and business regulations of the county, and to advance the livability and economic viability of the county. Our values for the community is community excellence, collaboration, and integrity. So some of our opportunities and challenges. Our successes, right now, our first phase of the UDO update is in progress. We've implemented several moratoriums to allow staff an opportunity to work with consultants regarding the UDO update. We've amended several sections of the UDO to address commercial businesses related to gas stations, vape shops, and small box retailers to curb an oversaturation of such establishments. And then we've also amended sections of the UDO to align with economic development's visions. Some of our opportunities, again, is to update the UDO, to improve our technology, improve our workflow processes, and build for succession planning in regards to staff retention. Our challenges, technology, and we need software that aids in efficient and effective use among staff as well as the interfacing public. Another challenge is fragmented processes, and when I say fragmented processes, I mean we need to improve our processes so we know how other departments are incorporated into our processes that we perform as a planning and development staff. Those are areas right now where there are gaps, and I am more of a visual person myself, so if we can get better processes and workflows that are actually mapped out not only for staff and our internal departments, then it makes for a better process for the public as well.
So let me ask you a question. When you talk about technology software that aids in efficient and effective use among the public especially, are you talking about so that they have the ability to apply for whatever they need online instead of having to come in person, or do you already have that?
We would like to have the ability where people can actually do a lot of their permitting and site plan, submissions online.
They can't do that now?
Well, most of the things they do right now, they have to come in person and submit. And then with the system we've been having issues with our online portal. So that's been problematic. And so what we found in, having discussions not only with staff, but also now with external customers, they will sometimes submit in a portal, but due to some glitches that we have had, sometimes we don't get the information. And so then we have people calling or emailing, asking questions as to what the status is of their applications or plans are.
Okay.
So, for our goals and initiatives, access, establish and activate Rockdale 100, shared vision and smart growth strategy for anticipated population increase. The department received a CDAP assistance from ARC for a housing study, and so we are actually in the process working through that right now. We've had a couple of meetings. Stakeholder letters went out yesterday, so they will begin to meet soon. Update the UDO code of Rockdale in phases, and that process is currently in progress. We had to do a little bit of, restructuring with that, and actually we've just gotten off a PMT meeting today, and so we are moving forward with that process as we speak. Ensure accessibility with supportive communication. With that, again, just being able to provide information to the public and internally with staff, and make sure that the communication is correct and concise and understandable. Access to services and delivery, and that again goes back to just being efficient operationally and performing to the best of our ability and being responsive. Equity, training and succession planning. Provide supportive communication through the use of bilingual incentive programs to employees that interface with the Spanish-speaking population. Innovation, tree preservation plan, canopy study, and recommendations, and establish a community garden. And the last bullet point is improve technology, again, our technology infrastructure, to move toward more efficient ways to process permits, issue occupational tax certificates, and improve plan review and planning processes. Our operating budget summary. Our operating request did not, we're not asking for a lot. In 2025, it was $594,352. The proposed FY is $598,748 with a change of $4,396. And the majority of that change comes in line items regarding due to the increase of staff, and then like our supply line items. And the bulk of our increase is in our personnel services and benefits due to the increase in the number of staff people. Before you is our current organization chart. If you recall, a few positions were reclassified earlier this year in our planning and zoning group, and currently the entire P&D department is fully staffed with the exception of one position, and that's the license and permit analyst position.
See, it looks like you have 3 of those, but one of those is open.
Well, what happened there is one of those positions that was under the licensing and permits the group, it was reclassified from a receptionist to a license and permits analyst. And so right now we are actually recruiting to fill that position.
Okay.
And for our capital improvements plan, we are requesting $788,089 to request improvement with our technology for a new platform that will help us. And right now, I will say we're operating on at least 2 platforms because code enforcement uses what's called Cricket, and we right now use what's called Magnet. And so our desire is for all of our functional areas to be on the same platform, and so that all of our software platforms were actually communicating with each other. You know, as you know, our code enforcement staff, they go to magistrate court, and so we were made aware that magistrate court is also utilizing some Tyler technology, so it would probably, you know, be to our benefit if we use that platform as well so they could talk to one another.
Okay. And you're working with technology now to look at options. And I know for your department, it's important for you to interface with stormwater and fire just for the ease of plan review.
Correct. And as a matter of fact, in terms of other departments, they have access to magnets, so it would be the same basis with whatever new technology we end up with. They would be giving access to do the functions that they would need.
So is that what you would like to move to, is magnet?
No, it
She's
would
got
be
it.
Tyler Technologies.
Okay. Is that, I know Odyssey is a Tyler Technology
Yes.
product. Is that the same, or just, is that the same one that you would
Yeah.
like to
They
use?
that
or
in the court
They use
system.
it in the
I knew
courts.
they did,
Yeah.
yeah. But so it's a different aspect of,
It would be a different aspect for what planning and development would need.
okay,
It's a
got it.
different module.
Gotcha.
That's what they do, is they create new modules, but it's kind of under the Tyler umbrella.
Okay,
So you have to buy so many different things to piece together.
yes, yes.
So, can you talk about your revenue enhancement for now going forward, and what you've done with increasing of fees, kind of some of the goals we're working towards?
Yeah, so right now we are looking at increasing our fees. Staff is actually working on updating our fee structure as we speak. We've looked at our planning and zoning related fee structures, so they will be increasing upwards because they were in certain areas very low. So yeah, they will be going up in some instances quite a bit.
And those are the impact fees, right?
These are not the impact fees.
Not the
These are
impact.
just our fees that we use for our operational purposes,
Oh,
like
okay.
for our different permits, our different plans that we intake on a day-to-day basis.
Okay.
So what we've talked about doing is going in and assessing the user fee. So looking at staff time and accountability for whatever it takes to, review the LDP and then get a cost for us to function with
Okay.
moving forward.
Good.
So I think
Sounds
it's
good.
going to be a positive in helping with revenue. So we're just going to wait on those to be finalized. But
I think it will be.
Okay.
As mentioned, we have did a draft of the planning and zoning related items, and now we're working on the actual building permit side of the house to see what those increases will look like.
Okay.
okay. Any questions? All right.
Okay.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
leadership.
Okay, next up is the Board of Commissioners.
Oh.
Yeah. Wow, we got some excitement with this.
I like them.
All right, we talk about our own budget now, right? So, okay, Chief Sanders.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We're getting it pulled up.
Number one.
All right, so this is, I'm presenting to you the Board of Commissioners, and this is the budget presentation really for the office, right? The functioning of the office, because the board is responsible for setting the entire budget for the county. So what I'm really talking about is just for the office and the office personnel as far as the budget. And this is a proposal, so please, I've just put some talking points and some accomplishments for you all, but if you want to highlight anything, feel free as I'm going along, okay? So the vision, mission, and values, these are the vision, mission, and values of the county from the strategic plan. So the vision is to enhance the quality of life for all residents by fostering a safe, inclusive, and innovative community that embraces sustainable growth, preserves our legacy, and provides exceptional public services. The mission for the county, Rockdale County envisions a future where every resident thrives in a dynamic, connected, and resilient community. We strive to be a leading model of innovation, sustainability, and diversity where generations collaborate, learn, and grow together. Our values are integrity, empathy, listening, leadership, collaboration, and inclusivity. I put down some goals, really the goals for the board, the goals of the county. So the entire strategic plan, and you all are pushing those forward throughout the year with your various initiatives, providing the budgets for the departments, and working to move things through legislation and those type of things. So these are actually some goals that we talked about initially when we first started meeting as a group. And the first was transparency. So that was important to the board when you were all talking together. So we did enhance transparency by a number of things, more than is on this sheet, but I did want to highlight a few. We did begin holding monthly issue-based town halls in March, and those are on the third Tuesday of the month at 6 p.m. in the evening to allow more people to participate. We implemented citizens committees, and first Keep Conyers Rockdale Beautiful was reactivated, and they began meeting, which Commissioner Smith is heading up and doing a great job. The Water, Sewer, and Stormwater Advisory Council was created, and they also began meeting, and that's also a very eager group, and they have a lot of information as they are continuing to meet. The EMA reactivated, which was really important, the Local Emergency Operations Planning Committee, in light of the biolab and things like that, reactivating it, and they are meeting regularly with community members and also the commercial businesses in the community. So that's a real highlight for us. The Unified Development Ordinance Stakeholder Committee was selected, and they also began meeting. The UDO was a huge goal for the board, and I know planning is heading that up, but that's something we really need to highlight. That is a big step for us. The moratorium, this is painful, but it's a process that we need to go to get everything updated and where we need to be for smart growth. The Housing Study Committee for the ARC was selected, and they will soon begin meeting later this month. We also have a new streamlined open records process that is online, and it goes to an open records email so that we're not getting open records throughout the county to every department to individual employees. So this was really centralizing it and bringing it in, and it's administered by the Board of Commissioners office. The new RockGA app was implemented, and that is active. And we are doing a retraining with the internal departments to make sure that we're utilizing that as much as we possibly can, because you can get all of the information for the county through that app, but we really need to push that and market it. We are in the process of implementing One Meeting, the BOC agenda meeting software, which I talked about when doing the finance presentation, but again, this will help us improve our sustainability, and eventually the citizens will be able to view live votes online as we're going through the meeting. So that's, we have a few stages, and we're working on just getting all the information input for the agendas and perfecting that process, and then we'll move on to the next part of the process. Financial transparency, we did implement the monthly budget updates on financials at the BOC meetings, which those have been being conducted regularly. We're doing budget amendments and voting on those changes as they're made at the BOC meetings. In the past, we'd kind of done it as a budget cleanup after the end of year, but now we're voting on those amendments and people are seeing the changes. Like when we did the COLA, we did the corresponding amendments, so you can really see how much money is impacted by your vote. So those are the some of the eliminations of positions. You can see them, what the impact is as we're going along, and just making sure our budget is amended constantly. The BOC agendas, they list a funding source, and they also list any matches for grants and increases. So we know that with inflation, there are increases, but it's important to show the citizens those are costs that we have to account for in our budget as we're moving throughout the year. Next, we were talking about fiscal responsibility. So we have been continually working with the departments, evaluating positions, and looking for efficiencies. To date, this year, we've eliminated over $960,000 in positions. That is through, and also you saw those as budget amendments, and there are also changes to the org plan. So you see those on the board agendas as we're moving throughout the year. And you're having discussion like we did yesterday on the proposal for human resources. So it's a really open process where you're talking about this and the public can view that. The chair has been signing off on all personnel actions that increase the budget. So throughout the year, just as an example, if an employee leaves and then a new employee is hired and they're negotiating their salary, and that salary is more than what's budgeted, that has to be reviewed by Human Resources first, and then it will go to Finance, where they will verify if there is funding in the budget or if there needs to be a budget amendment, and from there it goes to the chair for approval. So we are actually reviewing everything, what that impact will be. Now, some people leave and we hire people in for less. So there, oftentimes there's not a real budget impact, but we are reviewing each one as it comes through if there is an increase to that position. The chair is signing off on all travel and training requests for the departments that report to the board. So those are coming through. The funding is generally in the budget, so they have to, each department has to submit a training request with their budget and notate any conferences or trainings that they're going to go to with their staff. And so as they're implementing those throughout the year and they're getting ready to travel, we have a form and the departments fill it out, and it lists lodging, how much the conference cost is, any kind of fuel costs, and then the meal per diem in there as well. So we can get the full picture of what training costs each individual. We had a mandatory procurement training by Finance, and that was held for all departments. It was mandatory for the BOC departments, and it was, the elected officials were invited, and many did come. So just to talk about the procedures, the bid threshold, when you should get quotes, and those type of things, just to make sure that we all need a refresher, as we go along, whether you've been here 20 years or one. So that was a good training. And we are looking at efficiencies with fleet. So Director Hammer talked about that yesterday, as far as looking at the usage with the vehicles and really seeing, are some of them just sitting most of the time? And if so, reallocating them to another department rather than buying a new vehicle. So we did find some that were sitting a good percentage of the time. So that will allow us to be more efficient. Revenue recovery, we implemented the new fee structure for fire, stormwater, and parks and recreation. Right now we have transportation and planning and development. They are also looking at their fees actively, and those should be implemented within the next few months. The recycling center proposal, you heard about that yesterday from Director Hammer, and so looking at also ways to increase not only increase the revenue at the center, but make it easier for the citizens to have a tag kind of system where you're not having to go in and guess each time how much you need to pay as you're going through. So we're looking at ways to also be efficient and offer better service to the citizens. We also engaged the consultant to analyze the impact fees, which we talked about earlier, to potentially include other categories. So right now we have recreation, parks, and fire, and library in the impact fees. But we will be looking at introducing transportation and potentially sheriff and 911. So development does impact all of those areas. Stormwater and water cannot be included because they're enterprise funds, but all of these other areas can. So that is something that the consultant will look at and analyze as far as projects that are needed related to those entities and what the percentage will look like. And that will all come before you as a proposal.
So are you saying that analyzing the impact fees as to where they're allocated?
Yes. So yes, not only the amount, but also the categories that they're allocated to. Yes.
Right.
And
like
are we
the
including
percentages?
Are we including arts in that?
So right now with the Georgia impact fees, arts is not an accepted category at the time, like some other places are. But we are looking at expanding the categories in which that the law does define right now. But we also have an ongoing list of proposed legislation for 2026 that I think we've all been keeping track of during the budget work sessions, so maybe we could consider that as well.
That would be a great initiative.
Understood. All right, and heard.
All right, the next item is the congressionally directed spending, and Director Rutledge is going to speak a little bit about that.
Okay, that sounds good. So congressionally directed spending are just a fancy word for earmarks, which came back several sessions ago. And we have been successful in, at least our federal delegation, picking up on the projects that we have submitted and getting those through. But at the beginning of this year, as most people know, this administration, the federal administration, put a hold on all grant funding, which includes these CDS. However, we have gotten some good news for our FY 2023 and FY 2024 projects because now we're back on track to receive our funding. Some of it is indicated up here. The FY 2023 is for the Restorative Justice Complex, which is 1.9 million. And then with the FY 2024, it was a little bit different in the sense that since there had been so much time in between when we had submitted for the projects, we had to complete 2 of them. And so we were able to combine the projects and actually keep the funding. So now we've got a contact person that we're working with through EPA to draw down that funding through the Water Resources Department, which will be about $3.8 million. So, and then for FY 2026, we submitted 4 projects. The Public Safety Training Center, the Rockdale River Trail, the Southside Senior Center, and the Veterans Van. We submitted these projects for FY 2025, but anything submitted for FY 2025 had to be resubmitted for 26. So we did that, and on the House side, 2 of the projects have been submitted for appropriations consideration, and that will be the Rockdale River Trail and the Veterans Van, and we're still waiting on the Senate side. But once they consolidate all of those projects, perhaps maybe all 4 will make it through, but even if just 2 are considered, that's still a win for us. So that's where we are on the CDS projects.
All right, thank you. And then we also focusing on smart growth. So implementing the moratoriums when you came into office, engaging the firm to rewrite the UDO, and working on, right now we're working on the public training for the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners. So that will be a public training open to the public. So that's exciting as well. So collaboration with partners, we do a lot of that. So I don't know how you all keep your calendars because you all are doing a lot in the community. The quarterly Big 6 meeting, that is with the chair, myself, the mayor, city manager, the Rockdale County Public Schools board chair, and the superintendent. And that's a quarterly meeting to talk about projects between that affect the 3 entities and just decide, discuss any issues or anything that we need to update each other on. So those are continuing quarterly. We started this year a city and county leadership staff meeting quarterly. And we talk about updates, projects, and brainstorm on issues. So we've had 2 so far, and that is with myself, the CEO of the city, some department heads, as well as some staff and managers. So like code enforcement, transportation, public relations was in the room. So just talking about things that affect both entities and actually talking about issues. So at the last one we talked about, code enforcement dealing with parking on lawns. And so that's for both entities. So it allows us to get in the room without the elected officials and talk about, the operation.
Why in the world would that ever need to take place?
And talk about really get down to issues and things that we need to update each other on. So it's been really beneficial. We've held 2 so far. The chair serves on Conyers Rockdale Economic Development Council and then attends the Development Authority meetings. Commissioner Williams serves on the Gwinnett Newton Rockdale Public Health Board as well as the Viewpoint Health Board as the chair. Commissioner Smith leads the coordination between KCRB and the county. She also began hosting a constituent services weekly outreach with Congressman David Scott's office. The chair and Commissioner Smith are both members of the chamber, and they are also members of the 2025 class of the Atlanta Regional Commission's Housing Leadership Academy. And the Board of Commissioners representation on other boards. The Chair Vanessa is an ACCG board member, as well as on the NACO Finance, Pensions, and Intergovernmental Affairs Steering Committee. Commissioner Smith was appointed recently to the NACO Arts and Culture Innovation Council, NACO Healthy Counties Innovation Council, NACO Veterans and Military Services Advisory Council. And Commissioner Williams serves on the NACO Arts and Culture Innovation Council, ACCG Health and Human Services Committee, ACCG Standing Committee on Mental Health and Substance Abuse, as well as the Council of State Government Justice Center Advisory Board.
Very good.
And I'm on the NACO Health Steering Committee.
Okay, good. So I took a little bit of liberty on this slide. It looks different than everyone else's because I did want to highlight something. So I have additional columns. So I started with the original budget for the Board of Commissioners at the beginning of fiscal year 2025. And you see that number as 2.9 million. And as we went throughout the year, we did amend the budget. So the amended budget for the year was 2.43 million. So I wanted to show that original because the amended, just showing that doesn't really show the cuts that were made in the budget. So the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget is 2.4 million, and that a change from the original budget that when you came into office of over $500,000, so $506,222. A change from the amended budget of $16,025. So as we're going through the year, we're amending the budget. So without showing that first column of the original budget, it doesn't really show you the savings, but the true savings that you have all been the example for the county of over $500,000. So I did want to make a point to show that. Just a small change for the 2026 proposed budget, and that was a reduction in travel of $65,500 based upon this year's amounts, which right now we're about $17,000. That's all you've spent, and it's budgeted for I think 120. So really cut down on that. Also, the food we haven't held as many functions, so a little bit less there, so cut out about $8,400. And then other supplies increased because we did implement KCRB, as well as the Sunshine Committee, which is the internal, Tina Dawson heads that up, and that's the internal staff appreciation. Also, we're doing things for people, with deaths in the family and sending out birthday messages, so different things that they're doing for employee morale.
Can you do year-to-date on those items again, the last two?
The food?
Yes, and
Okay.
other supplies.
Let's see. Through June 30th, it was $4,398.
Very good. Thank you.
And then the last one was other supplies. So that one year to date, let's see, I'll have to get that number back to you. It looks low. It says $97, but I don't think that's correct. So I'll get back to you on that one.
I'd just like to mention and a shout out to my colleagues for recognizing I think the last couple of years have been an unusual amount of travel and training budget for the BOC, and so I appreciate our efforts to cut that and be an example to the other departments in the county. So. And the directors have done a great job too with their travel requests and things like that, being very cognizant of our goal to reduce the overall tax burden. So,
And I think that we will not miss out on anything.
no.
I think, that there's plenty of opportunities within that budget.
Yeah, I do too.
And the last slide is the current organizational chart, and so we're not requesting any positions for 2026. We have the one vacancy, which is the project manager. And that is all I had, unless you all had items that I didn't talk about. I did. I put that up there on purpose. Any questions or comments or course, this is the proposed budget, so we have until December 9th, I believe.
Oh,
Okay.
So,
All right. No, I'm excited about the budget.
Yeah.
okay.
DOC
Thank you.
budget is
Okay,
moving
there's no
right
other questions, and Parks and Recreation is up.
26.
Like 26.
Good afternoon,
Good
Commissioners.
afternoon.
Hi.
This is from me? Okay. Um, Perfect. Okay, thank you. Christine Carney, Parks and Recreation Director. I'm presenting the 2026 proposed budget. Sorry, I'm going to have to remember to do this. Our vision statement is to create a vibrant, growing community where high quality of life is supported by robust commercial growth and educated workforce. Our mission is for Parks and Recreation, because we do have two departments or two divisions. For Parks and Recreation is to strive to provide relevant and diverse family, arts, and cultural programming while improving our park facilities through upgrades and amenities that attract new and existing citizens, businesses, and tourism. Our senior services mission strives to enhance quality of life for senior citizens with dedication to serving elderly residents we work to identify, develop, implement, and coordinate diverse programs and services to address our senior citizens' needs. The Parks and Recreation values are conservation, health and wellness, and social equity. Conservation, protecting our green spaces, our open spaces, connecting children through nature, and engaging communities in conservation practices. The health and wellness value is leading the county to improve health and wellness through Parks and Recreation, and of course, social equity, ensuring all people have access to the benefits of our local parks and recreation and senior services. 25. Oh, next page. Some of our opportunities you'll see listed are our successes, opportunities, and challenges. I'll go through our successes first. We launched our Wrecking Crew mobile recreation program. We are 10 and under won the District 6 GPRA Basketball League. We hosted the GPR District I'm sorry, I'm not used to GPRA. I'm coming from somewhere else. Is that a little different? Sorry. So we hosted our GPRA, which is our Georgia Recreation Parks Association, District 6 Class A 14 and under and 17 and under state basketball tournament. And we also hosted the District 6 Class A 14 and under basketball regional tournament here at Johnson Park. We added new pickleball programming and hosted 2 adult indoor pickleball tournaments. We were awarded the NRPA, which is our National Recreation Parks Association, Million Coaches Grant. We completed 6 BLOST projects with the help of General Services. The lawn at Wheeler Amphitheater, the playground, Costley Mill Event Center expansion, DeCastro Nature Pavilion, and Black Shoals Attendance Office. We had 4 food service 100A health inspections in a row. We had successfully launched both 2024 and continued in 2025 of new programming and emphasizing intergenerational cultural arts endeavors. Art for the Ages is one. And we have representation on our board of directors for the statewide gerontology organization. Some of the opportunities that we experienced through 2025, we engaged and recruited volunteers and retention of volunteers, outdoor recreation, and added amenities to our trails and outdoor recreation. We received numerous grants. We just got one today. We were awarded through NRPA, GRPA, and the Hawks Foundation, Atlanta Falcons, I'm sorry. We've engaged our youth and teens more. We've generated revenue through various tournaments and rentals within our facilities, both indoor and outdoor. We expanded community access and equity. We have strategic partnerships or developed strategic partnerships with our PTAs, local schools, committees, and service organizations. And we are now beginning our new Memory Cafe program with our Senior Services Division. Some of the challenges, I think they're kind of routine, and probably most of the other departments are experiencing some of these as well. Funding, retention, and ability to staff completely within our lifeguards, our part-time employees is not as easy as it used to be. People don't like jobs anymore. They like to be on the internet. Of course, our growth and changing demographics within the community, the increase in numbers, we're just looking to increase our participation and being able to handle that. Inflation, of course, as you know, and some of the natural disasters that have happened within the county. Some things that are new to us, some things that we are not used to, and maybe the timing hasn't been always the same, but flooding is one that we all know about, and some hurricanes or tornadoes that we're not used to experiencing here in Rockdale County. For me, a little different. So our goals and initiatives, we have the 3 Reimagine strategic plan for Reimagine Rockdale Access, Equity, and Innovation. We've extended our marketing efforts to reach additional citizens for our programs, activities, and rentals. Continue to develop the trail from the monastery to Johnson Park. We are expanding the walking trail at Costley Mill and continue to offer an expansion our Rec and Crew, our mobile recreation program. Equity is inclusion of intergenerational and disabled participants in cultural arts and initiatives. Something that we've highlighted is our Art for the Ages, and it has been a success for the past 2 years. Added sensory and all-inclusive playground at Johnson Park for our youth and adults with special needs. We look forward to that happening and groundbreaking soon. And innovation, we have established a memory cafe, which actually our grand opening is in this month, to support our caregivers. Increase partnerships with local and statewide organizations to host multiple athletic tournaments. We did that this year, and we look to do some more in the future. Partnership with outside agencies in providing outdoor programming, nature walks at Black Shoals, Costley Mill, and DeCastro Nature Pavilion, and expand partnership with the Friends of Disabled Adults and Children concerning collecting and distributing durable medical equipment for seniors and persons with disabilities. Something to highlight that was we have collected and donated over $15,000 worth of equipment, and that has benefited the local need here in the within the community. So what they do is we donate, the Friends kind of repurpose and fix the equipment so that it's able to be used for other people within the community.
Okay, well, just let me ask you this.
Sure.
So do you take stuff that needs to be redone?
I'm
Do you
going to have to
collect
answer that question. I
that?
think so, if I'm not mistaken.
Because,
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. We work with communities, people in the community.
Can you come to the microphone for
sorry.
me, please? That's okay.
You are correct. We work with citizens in the community so that they can donate durable medical equipment like rollators, walkers, canes, wheelchairs, those special knee rollers when you have knee replacement surgery. And then we work with FODAC to then they sanitize and clean them up, repurpose them, and then that also gives us the opportunity to ask for things from FODAC when we have citizens that need it.
okay, good. I'll get with you because we have stuff at my house. I just didn't know where to donate it.
So our operating budget, you'll see here, is current fiscal year is a little bit over 1.5 million, and we're proposing not too much more, about $2,100 more, $21,000 more. I'm so sorry, to equal 1.5 million or $1,572,000. So that's a difference of 21,712, and that's in operating. Our personnel expenses. In the current year, we are at 3.2 million, just a little over, and we are proposing for 4.2 million, or $4,228,047, with a difference of $965,274. The total change, or I think that's okay. If you want to, estimated budget, total budget for the current year is $4,813,000, and the proposed is $5,800,000.
So when you're talking about personnel services and benefits,
Yes.
are you talking about more staff?
No, current staff. So and we'll get to the next slide. The only change that we're asking is one reclassification of an employee for our senior services center.
Okay.
So it's, I think for raises or.
So I
Okay,
can't answer
sorry
that.
about that.
So
Okay.
we actually, the budget that was adopted for 2025 doesn't include funding all the vacancies. This number you see proposed for 2026 includes all of the vacancies.
Oh,
That's what it
okay.
is. That's the
Okay.
difference.
Okay, thank you.
So our org chart's pretty big, so you're gonna see it in a few different slides, kind of done by division. So this first slide is our little bit not as extensive, right? So this is just a snapshot of our deputy directors, along with all the responsibilities that they oversee, all the divisions that they oversee. And then then I'm gonna go through the next slide and kind of break it down a little bit more, the next few slides. So this is our recreation division. So we have our deputy director, and as it goes on from there, we have our supervisors, our recreation operation managers, and our parks managers, along with our supervisors, and this is all for operations of the recreation division. Next slide is our tennis division. So we have this, they oversee all the tennis facilities in the tennis center, and then the standalone or the tennis courts that are throughout this county, not just specific to the tennis center.
So they make sure that all the courts are up to par.
Correct. So they inspect all the courts. They do any work that needs to be fixed on the courts. Well, to an extent, not, fixing or resurfacing the courts, but fixing the nets, maybe if there's some fencing issues. With the help of the Parks Maintenance Division, they do combine the efforts. But they do the inspections, they make sure they make their rounds, and make sure that things are going on. Also with our Alta leagues and different leagues that play out of there, so they're making sure things are running smoothly. The next slide is, hold on, I'm sorry, I think I hit it. I apologize. So this slide is the costly mill division. So we have our deputy director that oversees costly mill, our administrative operations coordinator, and then the staff that falls underneath in handling all the operations that take place out at Costly Mill. So not just the event center, but you have the beach, you have the pavilion rentals, and the different people that come and visit. So making sure that the park is opened. The next division is our park maintenance division. Our deputy director of operations oversees the maintenance division, which we have a parks manager, and then the supervisors that fall underneath his purview, along with all the staff members that work. Something a little bit about the parks maintenance divisions, we kind of split them into districts, so they oversee areas that are in a kind of a cluster, so that way they're not traveling all throughout the county to make sure that things are getting taken care of. We also do cross-train all of their staff, so making sure that they're not just familiar with one facility, so they do rotate and have an experience at all the different locations, so that when the time comes, if things are needed to get done at those locations, they have the opportunity and they know what to do. And the next is our senior services. This is one we do have a reclassification for. We're asking for one of our home health aides to be moved to, or reclassed to a service coordinator. But this slide here shows currently we do have one position that is not filled, but we are in the process of filling that position. So that's what the highlighted yellow is. So that's current and now proposed. So is just making that one change from the home health aide to a full-time, well, it is a full-time position, but a service coordinator position. And the next page shows the budget request for that change. It is a difference in impact of the budget of $7,935.07. So that would be, it's not an increase in employee number, but just a responsibility and change of title. And here is just the justification for that position of what that coordinator would do from the home health aide position, changing them to a service coordinator just to help support the daily operations of what the Senior Services Center does as a whole. So it's not specific to one area. Well, they do a lot of things, but they're not going to be specific to just calling them a home health aide. And our 5-year capital project plan is next. Yep. So the first one you see here is our Parks and Recreation, so our operations of just Parks and Recreation. You see it spans throughout a 5-year plan, some heavier on one part of the year and isn't as heavy as towards you go on to the next 5 years. But our automotive and equipment is to replace some of the aging equipment that we currently have. It's not of vehicles, but it's more of our maintenance equipment. So we call them Gators or John Deeres, so things to get them around. We also have some mowers and different utility vehicles, not motor vehicle, not cars that are used on the road. Technology programs and improvements. We are in need of upgrades to our panic button at some of our facilities. And we also have some cameras that we would like to have installed within our trails. And then we have construction and heavy equipment. Most of that is for parks maintenance as well. Again, aging equipment doesn't allow us to effectively always have take care of the things that we need to do. Sometimes it calls for rentals, sometimes it calls for having a contractor come out to be able to do the work, when if we had something that worked on hand, the staff is more than capable of handling those. Again, it's bigger equipment, but not motorized vehicles, so excavators, mowers, things like that. And then our building improvements for the first year, so we currently run our summer camp program, which we have our summer food service program that we offer food for the kids during the summer program, that we have to abide by some of the guidelines from them, from the summer food service program, and that is making sure that the food is kept at a certain temperature, so having a new refrigerator to be able to handle that. The health department does come around and do various checks, so when that happens, if the food is not at the proper temperature, we kind of can get in trouble or be told that we don't get the food program anymore. And the next one is our senior services capital projects plan. Here is our automotive equipment. It is spanned through 5 years. As you see, it goes from about 150 or 50,000 up to about 175,000, various per year. Those are for motorized vehicles, but more so for a 24-passenger bus, 14-passenger bus to help with the transportation of the seniors, along with vehicles to do home visits and different site visits and things that some of our grants that we have grants for, but also some of the responsibilities that we have within our department, within the Senior Services Department. Technology and programs and improvements. Again, those we do have to have a new switch for the technology for our services, Wi-Fi, and our computer systems and programs that we use at the senior center. So that would be required in the coming years. And then, of course, replacing some of the cameras, getting upgrades to our cameras. And then the last one is a big purchase. That was a generator. So in case anything was to happen, we have some backup power to whatever we have going on there for refrigerators and other needs that we have at the senior center. And then our building improvements and renovations. Some of them are small. They're not as big as some of the other ones that we've asked for. But we would like a new badge reader for entry for all of our staff to enter in and exit out, and be able for only staff to be able to enter and exit. And then replace dishwashers, freezers, and a new backsplash to help with our kitchen area. And that completes mine.
Okay. So I had a couple of questions
Yes.
about Parks and Rec, and it's mainly salaries. So on Parks and Recreation Department 61, so the increase from 2023, I'll read it across, salaries non-exempt, 1.244 million, 1.379, 1.552, and then it's going to jump to 2.308 million for next year. Do you want me to share this with you?
Sure.
I've got it circled at the top.
So I imagine okay.
Okay, thank you.
So speaking with Director Holmes for Human Resources, it was that some of the things were not budgeted at all last year, so it's budgeted this year. So the increase most. I'm
So
sorry?
Director Holmes, will you come up to the
Yes,
podium
please,
for
'cause
us?
I'm sorry, I thought you said most, not proposed.
It's like $750,000.
It is, Madam Chair. So when you look, and I think that total number she had up there was $900,000. So for 2025, we did not budget any of the vacancies at all. For this year, all of the vacancies in her budget are listed and accounted for. It is proposed, so it's not finalized, but we do have them listed there as a reference for you guys, what it would cost if we were to fund every single position in her department. So that is the difference from last year.
So,
Plus the 2.5% COLA.
Plus the COLAs are included in there as well, yes.
okay. And then, yeah, that is a big difference. Tell me a little bit about rental of land and hold on, 1 second. Rental of land and building went from 21,000 to 38,128.
I'm not sure what we rent. I apologize. I don't know that answer. What we
That's for Legion Field.
And that's the increase?
I believe, let me look at the,
Okay.
yeah, I sent it.
Is that an agreement?
That is 35,000 quarterly.
No, this is, whatever this is, it says rental of land and building. It was 21,000, roughly 21,416, 31,604. This year it's budgeted at 21,416 again, and then it jumps to 38,128. And it's line item,
Let me look it up.
522320. Anybody? We can come back to that.
Yeah, I can get you an answer too. I'll
Okay.
speak with Chief Sanders and get clarity.
And then based on what Director Holmes said, we didn't have budgeting for vacancies, but on line item 523,850 for contract labor, the past couple of years, it's been around 233,000, 255,000. Then it jumps to 448,182.
is that specific only to employees, or would that be contractual across the board? So various contracts that we have, like our pool maintenance contract, some of the things like that. No, we're not out of
This
that.
would be, no. All right, well, we can circle back and get that information later today then. Okay. And then again, on the next page, culture, recreation, admin. The line item is 523,850. Contract labor for 2023 actual is 82,780, then 81,748, and then this year it jumped to $216,600, and that's replicated as the request for this next year.
Yep, I'll get back to you and tell you exactly who each one of those things are accounting for that. So for all three requests.
All right, and then just one more to note for the record.
Yes.
On line item, this is the 6120-61 participant recreation. So for line item 511120, its salaries non-exempt. Past years have been around 487,000, then it goes to 568,000, jumps to 668 this year, and next year it goes to 1,115,000.
I'll get back to you on that one to make sure. I'm imagining it's
all right.
Salary increases.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Williams,
Are there any other questions?
No? Okay.
Thank you.
But you did a great job.
Yes, thank you. Yes, you did. And
Should we say that you've been here, what, 6 weeks?
Not even.
Not even?
So who's counting?
You knew a lot. You knew a lot for being here just a few weeks.
And while you're here, I would like to ask for Deputy Director Tahar Wilson to come to the podium for a moment.
Hello.
Hi. As a board, we would like to say thank you, heartfelt gratitude for your hard work and all that you do serving as interim director. We appreciate your dedication to the community, to the children, and to the staff in Rockdale. So
Excellent.
thank you for your
Thank
service.
you all.
And thank you for your assistance in transitioning, Director Carney. So
Yes,
you are very much appreciated.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you all.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
And let me just make the announcement that our Memory Cafe kickoff will be August 13th. It's next Wednesday at 3 o'clock at J.P. Carr Community Center. There'll be information, there'll be food, there'll be an opportunity for those living with dementia to have an activity or two. There'll be the availability for those who are caregivers to get some resources and find out what's going on in the community that will assist them.
So, Madam Chair and Commissioners, we are running ahead of schedule, which is great. So, but we also need to wait for stormwater to get here, so maybe it would be a good time to take a little break.
That's
would
what's
be
on the
fine.
schedule.
We are ahead of schedule.
Yes.
Absolutely. So.
He's driving over.
Right.
Oh, so he'll
Yeah.
be here in 5 minutes,
Right,
probably?
right,
Okay,
yeah.
well, that is great. Thank you so much. So we'll take a little break, 5 minutes?
maybe you could.
Yeah.
All right. And then we'll go
You want to
back
say like 2:20 or something? I don't know what that says.
2:15.
2:15, okay.
Probably 2:30 we should be ready. 2:30?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
It is another beautiful day in Rockdale County.
That's right. Thank you, Director
beautiful day in the
Simpkins.
I decided to cut the faucet off a little bit. I think everybody had enough rain over the past couple of days, so I just turned the faucet down just a little bit.
That's right.
Well, thank you.
So today, I present to you Stormwater Management's 2026 operating and 5-year CIP budget presentation. This is the controller for
And
Yes.
down to go down to the next slide. The down arrow.
Yes. Okay. All right. Good deal. Well, I wouldn't even worry about the sheets. So, first of all, you have here our vision, mission, and values to develop a sustainable stormwater infrastructure for a connected community through educational, protective, and restorative systems that benefit ecological and human health. A sustainable stormwater infrastructure system. That is a system that we study, we do our homework, we ensure that the system that we have is sustainable and sufficient for all Rockdale citizens here in this area. That's taking into account maintenance issues that we have. That's taking into account upcoming development and citizens moving into the area. As we know, new development greatly affects stormwater infrastructure in our system here. Mission: to provide effective and essential stormwater infrastructure services for a highly engaged network of individuals who live, work, and play in Rockdale County. I've worked many places in the Metro Atlanta area, and I must say they are many engaged citizens. And I definitely can appreciate their passion for government and their community. So when you say highly engaged, they are highly engaged. I think one thing we have to work on and think about is how essential stormwater infrastructure is. It's really out of your thought process until your road is washed out and you can't get to and fro throughout your community. So it's definitely our mission to keep that going. Values: educated workforce, thriving businesses, sustainability, and community. Couple of very important terms in which when you talk about educated workforce, thriving businesses, sustainability, and community, there is none of that without proper stormwater infrastructure. It just isn't. Let's move on. Opportunities and challenges. And I think I have, what, a 20-minute time limit? What's my time
10
limit?
minutes. I'm just kidding. Yes, 20
Okay,
minutes.
20 minutes, all right. So I'll only keep you 40, I promise. I'll only keep you 40. Okay, opportunities and challenges. Some of our successes: completion of over 20 contracted stormwater infrastructure projects, completion of over 100 stormwater maintenance projects by our in-house personnel, and submission of our MS4 report to Georgia EPD. The major undertaking with my department is the construction. You know, it's no secret that we have some infrastructure here in Rockdale County that has far outlived its lifespan. Typical lifespan of corrugated metal pipes is 25 to 30 years. We have some that has been in the ground for 40. So it's no secret why we've got sinkholes popping up from time to time under these roadways throughout our community. These corrugated metal pipes, they have done their jobs, but they are now tapping out, and it is time to address them. One of the successes I would say is the engaging of alternative technologies. Rockdale was once a community where you just rip and go. You're gonna go rip this pipe out of the ground and replace it with a new pipe of the exact same material and keep going. Times are changing. Chemical lining, shotcrete, those are new technologies that have saved us a lot of money over the past few years, taking on those new technologies and embracing them. Submission of our MS4 report to EPD, something that is very important. Compliance. With all of this new development, we have to have inspectors on board to inspect and know that the citizens of Rockdale County are getting what they pay for in terms of the infrastructure in their new developments and neighborhoods that they're moving into. Without proper inspections, you can have pipes that might not be banded together properly that will fail prematurely because they weren't installed properly. That is something, that is a reason we have to have my inspectors on the front lines inspecting all of this infrastructure that goes in on a daily basis. Opportunities, equality in stormwater rates, training for stormwater personnel, improved customer service and stormwater outreach, additional funding sources for infrastructure projects, stormwater outreach and education. Oh, that's on there a couple of times. And proceeding with our stormwater master plan implementation. Let me touch on equality in stormwater rates. Right now in Rockdale County, as far as residential goes, someone in a 10,000 square foot house versus someone in a 1,000 square foot house is paying the exact same rate. Whereas this big house homeowner may have a nice wraparound driveway, of course is gonna have a larger roof area. You know, we have really been looking into bringing equality into these rates so everyone is paying their fair share of their stormwater utility fees. We've done some groundwork in that area with regards to our flyover and updating impervious surface in Rockdale County. We are just ready to move forward and bring that equality, if it is so the board's desire.
So-
Training.
So before you move on,
Okay.
can I just clarify what that means? So it all has to do with the amount of impervious surface,
Yes,
right?
yes, Madam
So
Chair.
the implication I think or point you were trying to make is that a larger house creates more stormwater runoff and things like that. So
Yes, ma'am.
it's not the price of the home, it's what they take up and what
Yes,
the
ma'am.
result is with the water runoff. And
Yes,
so
ma'am.
that is why you're looking for variation possibly in your stormwater fees.
Yes, ma'am, that is
Okay.
exactly it.
Okay.
That is
All right.
exactly it.
Thank you.
So, and I have a question too. What is the limit of impervious surfaces on a piece of property?
That would be, I'm not sure of that limit per se. I mean, I don't think we really have a limit. That would probably be a development question in regards to what setbacks are on a lot, because you have certain setbacks on a lot and you cannot build outside of that area. Now,
Right.
so as far as the maximum amount of impervious surface rather, that would be probably more sort of detailed question for development.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, but that's what that relates to.
So, yeah, and again, just to make the point, I know that there's for commercial businesses and things like that. In some communities, they will have options for the way that you build, and then they'll have like brick pavers with the grass in between, and it allows more absorption of the water runoff and things like that. So.
And that is true. I've gotten calls about, you know, people wanting to go through like the variance process. Like they may, you know, the rules and regulations call for a maximum of 25%, but they may want to do 30. And, you know, of course, we have the variance process there for a reason, but I actually mentioned to the gentleman, hey, you might want to look at, you know, just decreasing that impervious surface, incorporating some type of pervious pavers or other type of technology that would help him with that. So, you know, that's a great point, and that's something that I think a lot of developers and builders, you know, need to look into, because that can greatly help. Improve customer service and stormwater outreach. Like I said earlier, a lot of people don't know what stormwater is until the roadway is washed away. We get a lot of calls on a variety of different things, you know, some of which are within county right of way and they're our responsibility. Others are not. And so, you know, we have to give good news sometimes, other times we give bad news. But I think the great thing is that the customer service piece, a lot of times citizens just want a response, a timely response, or an answer to their question. So that's been one of the goals of my department in bringing in multiple inspectors, is that they're able to go out quickly and investigate these citizens' concerns and then give them an answer, whether it is something that's counter responsibility or provide them guidance on how they can address things themselves. You know, so I think that is something I really take pride in. I think we make great strides in the customer service piece. Funding sources for projects. You know, our level of service in regards to contract projects depends entirely on, you know, our funding sources and the funds that we have. The more funds we have, the more contracted projects we're able to do. We've made great strides in increasing the amount of the workload on my in-house crews. However, you know, there are challenges with machinery and different things to where there are just going to come times, there are jobs that are beyond the scope for my in-house crews. And it is imperative that we have contractors on board and the funds available to contract some of these jobs out if we need to. The master plan, proceeding with the master plan. This master plan is what allows us to take a proactive approach to addressing stormwater infrastructure concerns in Rockdale County. The master plan deals with an inventory of all stormwater structures that we're responsible for, an assessment of what condition this stormwater is in, and then a hydraulic and hydrology analysis of the watersheds and what the flows, the pipes can hold to show whether they need to be upgraded or not. You know, you have some certain intersections, we have a list of intersections here in Rockdale that we know during certain rain events, whether the pipes are clear or not, they are subject to overtopping, and we go out, close those roads, put up signage. Those are some of the ideal locations where we need to upgrade. But one thing about me and dealing with taxpayer money, you do not want to go out upgrading areas without having your proper paperwork and doing your due diligence so you can back up your decisions with hard facts and numbers. You know, it's not going to be Director Simpkins just new citizen B over there and decide if he was going to go over there and do that upgrade. It's not going to happen. I like having numbers to back up the decisions. That is the importance of that master plan. It's very important. Some of our challenges: revenue loss due to annexation, increased project costs, materials, concrete, steel. You know, all of these numbers are up for various reasons, and they directly affect project costs. Outdated county ordinances, which is something that we're working on. That's in the works. No need to beat that horse because we're working on him. Ordinance enforcement. Our ability to issue citations, we're working on that too. Actually, we've got some positions, you know, that are sworn in and now they're able to go out and issue these citations. We just need to make sure that there are no software limitations on that. That's in the works too. Managing customer expectations. Managing customer expectations. That is a major part of stormwater management's job, but I feel there's transparency, being transparent, welcoming people into your office to sit down and talk to you the way you have one-on-one time to educate them face to face about what your department does, what your goals are, where you're headed. I think that goes a long way in regards to managing customer expectations. I take a lot of pride in that also. Let's move on. I'm gonna try to speed up a little bit. Goals and initiatives. Updating the ordinances. We already talked about that. Equity, we touched on that. Innovation, actually, we've touched on that with the alternative technologies, the shotcrete and the chemical lining, can have been a godsend for us, and they have helped us stretch our funding. Prime example, I'll take and give you a quick example. You may have a pipe replacement job that costs $100,000. If you were to go and just use the old school method, rip that pipe out of the ground, you have to deal with utilities and who knows what you find when you're digging these systems up. A lot of times too, with the close proximity of water lines and stormwater lines, replacements, you can create conflicts, which can be a headache too. With the lining process, you're keeping that same outline, that same setup, but you're just going in and rehabbing the pipe. But price-wise, replacement may be $100,000. I can go in and line the same system for $20,000 to $25,000, which will save the county, $75,000, which you can then take that savings and roll it over into additional projects, which is what we did when we first got here. So we were able to get a lot of projects done.
What's the lifespan with that process?
Okay, with the process, shotcrete, typically that's concrete, so that's a 100-year lifespan. The fiberglass is typically 75 years. So you're definitely.
So you and I won't have to have that conversation.
No, we definitely will not. We'll be long gone by the we get these things going. We'll be long gone by the time those
And then there'll be
issues.
somebody else's problem.
That's right. But just I cannot stress the importance of alternative technologies.
Yeah.
Let's move on. Budget summary. Okay, so here with our budget, as you can see, we have tightened the string some. It's like what's the adage? Getting blood from a turnip. But hey, we're doing what we can to make sure that we are stretching our budget and tightening up many loose ends here. Budget requests. So actually, we have kind of tightened our strings on our contract services. So that's why that amount is down with our professional services and our technical services. However, with us doing more jobs in-house, that calls for more materials and things. So that's why that change is that much. And when you see these supplies, general office supplies, field crew supplies, that amount change is due to us tackling more jobs in-house. So we're going to need more materials for our in-house crews. And as you can see with overtime, we've been doing pretty good with overtime. We've had a couple of disasters come through, but it hasn't been something on the scale that really keeps our men out there for an extended period of time on overtime. So we were able to cut that back some. Operating budget justification. So as we see, stormwater continues maintenance of infrastructure, but without a CIP budget, that's going to increase our operating costs. We just talked about that. Piping and supply costs for in-house field crews have increased. Now, one thing too, with the increase in field crew projects, we're really trying to train our guys more to ensure that we can get everything out of them that we can, which ultimately better training, that just improves efficiency. You run a more efficient job, you cut down on any kind of mistakes, no safety issues with people getting hurt, people are competent, they have the proper training. You don't deal with fines from EPD if they happen to come out with soil and erosion control issues. We're able to control that and keep those costs down through training and keeping our guys, on the cutting edge. Organizational chart, currently we have 5 vacancies. We've tried to have people multitasking. I brought in engineers for development inspections. They are going out doing erosion inspections too. So we've got everybody in stormwater wearing multiple hats. I like to say I have the only deputy director who's also an inspector, because he's going out on a regular basis with us being shorthanded in our compliance section. Deputy Director Jonathan's been going out giving Tristan some help, and also using it as a training opportunity. So it's worked out well for us. But we have no problems multitasking. That is something that we do, and we understand why we need to do that. So like you said, no personnel changes. Now, the one thing I will mention, due to our updated tree ordinance and our crusade on clear cutting, I like to call it, we are going to be bringing in an arborist, which is going to help with the review of tree plans, just to ensure that we are protecting as much of this tree canopy in Rockdale as possible. So that would be, I would say, the only change that's coming that's not shown there. We've got some reclasses that are taking place. They're just going to once again improve departmental efficiency. 5-year capital improvement plan. Now, what I call this is my capital improvement wish list. This is what this is right here. So, stormwater projects and construction, as you can see, over the next 5 years, we're really wanting to do at least 3.5 million per year. And that is just the bare minimum, just to keep us on a nice proactive approach to addressing a lot of these stormwater issues. One thing too, dealing with stormwater issues, it's always better to fix the pipe system before it totally collapses or washes out during a big storm or in an emergency situation. Because we know we're going to end up paying more if we're addressing something as an emergency rather than if it were a planned repair that we were able to, be ready for. And once I have the stormwater master plan on here, which we talked about, that is going to really allow us to proactively plan out our approach to addressing some of our stormwater issues here in Rockdale County. And that's about it. I think I started off a little slow, but I caught up toward the end. Any questions, comments?
Can you talk about what your capital is this year for your stormwater projects? Last year and this year?
Last year we had maybe, with the 20 jobs, we probably had $1 million or so.
Okay.
There were some big jobs that kind of wiped us out. The Sunrise Lakeview Road job, that job was $2.5 million.
Wow.
That was the one that really cleaned us out. But we're very happy with that project. It turned out great. There were safety issues involved with that. There were, major stormwater issues over there. Now those folks have full access to their neighborhood. So we're very happy about that, but it was not cheap.
Can you talk about the funding stream to do that project?
Well, the funding streams were we used bond money for that. That was the last of our bond money that we used, was for that job. So, now, we're using part of our operating budget to get some contract work done, but, it's going to be nowhere near on the scale of what it has been in the past, which is why, fee increases and utility fee increases are things that we're talking about because it's greatly needed.
Right.
We just never want to go back to where we are stalled out and just having to wait on emergencies to get this work done.
Right. Understood.
So,
And similar to the water department, you also are an enterprise fund.
Yes.
And so the fees on tax bills for stormwater to
Yes.
businesses and residents is what
Yes.
funds your department.
Yes, that is what funds.
And your normal budget for this year is what, $5 million?
It's around $5 million, $5 million. Yes, and I will say thank you, Madam Chair, for touching on that. Like, a lot of people think that, well, I don't have a stormwater pipe on my property, so why should I pay my stormwater bill? But they don't realize when they're pulling out of their driveway, whether they're headed north, south, east, or west within Rockdale County, they are crossing over stormwater infrastructure. And they might not realize it directly impacts their quality of life. They don't realize that until the road is washed out and they can't go the way they're used to going. And so I just want to make sure citizens understand that, you may not have a pipe on your property, but that stormwater utility fee funds all of this infrastructure that is in the public right-of-way that allows you to move freely across this county. Please remember that.
So I know for residents, it's one flat fee. For businesses, it's based on your impervious surface.
Yes.
So there is an escalation in cost.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good.
Yes, there is.
So with the new thing that you're looking at, would residential be similar to businesses?
Yes. So,
And is that done in other places?
it is done in other places. And with a lot of stuff with us, we're really just trying to stay in line with what's going on in other metro Atlanta areas, and also across the country. So it is done, and that is the only way you can really bring true equity to your stormwater utility fees, is doing it that way with the impervious surface. And that also can motivate people to incorporate the pervious pavements and other things into their homes to help with those bills. We also offer credits for certain stormwater credits that are out there. We have a credit manual that's readily available to citizens if they want to, look at credits for their bills. So we're just trying to just keep pushing and stay proactive.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
I don't think so.
Oh,
You did really well.
okay.
Yeah, with the
Yes.
timing. So we have the sheriff's office up next. They, I believe, are en route,
Okay.
but we do have a bit of a lag time.
Thank you very much. Y'all have a good day.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, did we want to take public comment while we're waiting?
Anyone?
Anybody?
Anybody have any talents they want to display or nothing? Do you?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Can you
Mr.
sing
Kalicek?
or dance or? I was messing with Katrina the other day because I know in her other life she's a professional trainer. We should be doing like stretches and
Yes.
exercises. So,
That would be good.
Mr. Kalicek, could you lead us in a few?
Yes, ma'am. George Kelichek, Chairperson, Rockdale Soilwater Conservation District and the Upper Okmulgee Basin Area Council, and also founder of the Haynes Watershed Foundation. I'm pleased to announce that the Haynes Watershed Foundation has been awarded $250,000 to do 100% federally funded assessment of the Haynes Watershed. This would include Gwinnett, Walton, Rockdale, and Newton counties. And I'll be meeting with the Corps of Engineers on August 20th in Savannah, and to begin all of the process information. This has been funded for fiscal year 26. So in the late part of 25, the early part of 26, a team of 7 individuals from the Corps of Engineers will be coming in and looking at the remediation of silt, looking at best management practices that need to be implemented throughout the watershed and to maintain the watershed. And we'll also be entertaining to look at a new draft of the agreement between the 4 counties and 4 cities to maintain our watershed, and also several committees that were set up in 1995 for the maintenance and the protection of this $71 million investment, and that was in 1992 dollars, to look at how we can develop new committees that will be sustainable for today and in the future. So stay tuned for details.
All right. Do you want to give us an update on your Water, Sewer, and Stormwater Committee.
On the Water, Stormwater, and Sewerage Advisory Council, we have had several meetings now, very productive, giving very good detailed information to the Rockdale Water Resources team and the Stormwater Operations team. And we're looking at efficiencies, what can we do better. We are looking at communities and counties throughout the state to develop an ordinance or something, an educational piece to provide to citizens so they would blow their debris and their grass when they're mowing grass, not into the highway, which can cause accidents. And keep it on their property, because once you mulch those leaves and grass up, it's excellent fertilizer. So those are some of the little initiatives we're looking at. We're also working in unison with Silt Saver, which is Commissioner Smith went on a tour with us several weeks ago with the council that we were out there, and looking at some new innovative products that they're utilizing that would actually reduce our operating costs for stormwater runoff areas and some of their technology. So we'll have actually presentation from their CFO and their CEO in upcoming meetings. So those are just a few of the things we got working to promote good soil and water conservation.
Wonderful. Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay. All right. So we have our sheriff's department here
We
now.
do. We've got a few more coming in.
Excellent.
Are you waiting on a few more? Okay.
Hi.
Yeah. So.
All right. Well, we're ready for your department if you'd like to start the presentation.
I don't think.
Oh, I see.
A few
Okay.
more.
So we just need you to entertain us then?
Basically.
Until they get here?
You have something prepared, right? You're always ready. I know you are. So. Nothing. I don't have anything. It's hard to believe that this crowd doesn't have anything to talk about.
The mic is waiting for you whenever you're ready.
I mean, just, yeah,
You can give us community updates.
you know,
whatever
no
you would
hurry.
like. All right.
Thank you for having us here. My name is Lieutenant Burrell. I'm the Chief of Staff of the Rockdale County Sheriff's Office. I wanted to dive into our mission and vision and values because that is the core principles that drive our agency. The vision of the Rockdale County Sheriff's Office is to continue to be a leader in law enforcement through accountability, administrative efficiency, and enhanced communications internally and externally. And our mission is to reduce the crime, to safely house inmates, to bring those offenders to justice, and perform the mandated services of the Office of Sheriff with the highest level of safety, professionalism, and integrity. And some of our values, how we get there, is through crime reduction, through technology and equipment innovation, as well as professional development, hiring, and retention. So a couple of things I wanted to highlight out of our opportunities and challenges. Some of the successes. Oh, I'm sorry, I got to drive this too.
Yeah. It's all self-service today.
Man.
Down.
Budget reduction.
Gotcha. So that was a recap of our vision, mission, and values. Again, to go over our opportunities and challenges. Some of this, and not to go over all this just for the sake of time, but to highlight some of our main areas. Under our successes, we recently initiated a new uniform rollout for certified personnel. It enhances that professionalism that we've already discussed, as well as the agency image. And it saved the cost. It saved the taxpayers about $60 per uniform. So a little bit of cost savings, a little bit more, the uniform is more tailored to, the job functions that everybody's having to do.
So what can we expect to see? Is it a different color scheme or?
Yeah, it's all black.
Okay.
We have the outer carrier, which seems to be a lot more manageable with the heat and the exertion that the officers go through every day. Gives an opportunity to have more professional image and get everything off the belt and get it more up.
I see.
Longevity, it helps with back posture and so forth.
Sure.
So,
okay.
The jail division established a training unit. We always want to encourage more training, a highly trained deputy. For new hires, and implemented significant upgrades, including a PLC and camera replacement. That was a main concern with our camera infrastructure inside the jail. We also restructured personnel framework and did some specialized teams to focus on specialized areas, such as the jail facility response, specialized team, K9, which is the EOD, and narcotics. We also formulated a gang unit, because we know gangs are inside of our jails and we need to have that intelligence. And then the mental health stabilization unit. We're very familiar with that. One more thing under successes, Judicial Services successfully acquired an open records request portal. It improved management of civil papers despite being short-staffed, employing those initiative strategies to track documents efficiently. So we're able to serve our citizens a whole lot better, give them a place to request those open records through a portal. Moving on to opportunities, there's a potential to enhance training programs for personnel, improving the skills and operational efficiency across the agency. That's one of the main objectives for the sheriff, is become efficient. Everything we do, become efficient with it. Reclassifying positions has allowed for additional personnel and the creation of crime scene technician role, increasing efficiency and morale. And then the introduction of a full-time Pearl program coordinator provides that crucial resource for investigations into that elder abuse. And then lastly, but certainly not least, some of our challenges. The Jail Bureau faces personnel shortages and budget constraints compounded by outdated equipment and aging facilities, impacting the operations and the safety of the jail. The Warrant and Civil Department struggles with an overwhelming workload due to only having 2 deputies to handle hundreds of legal documents, leading to just bottlenecks over time. Those papers continue to stack up, and again, it's all about trying to serve the citizens the best way and the most efficient way.
And in that department, can you give us an example of what their daily responsibility is? Serving warrants, like bench warrants?
Yeah, so civil papers, anytime somebody comes in and brings a lawsuit and wants to sue another person, they come in and that's how it's processed. We get so many per day, and I can get you an accurate number of how many, but upwards of 2,000 papers is what we're kind of sitting at. 1,500 to 2,000 papers is what we're trying to manage.
Per what, month?
For what we currently have in-house. So about I want to say about 500 a month. Yeah, so we get a lot of papers.
So how many per month did you say?
About 500
Per
papers
month,
per month.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So if somebody gets a judgment in a court, has the papers to be served, it could take how long to get served? If you'll come up to the microphone, that would be great, Lieutenant Tate.
So I will give a correction on the number for the month of July. We actually got 1,000 papers in for July for civil papers.
Interesting. Anything special about the month, or?
It just kind of varies, you know, on the basis of the lawsuits, on the basis of TPOs, things as such. So it just kind of varies. It goes up and down. On the basis of how long it will take to get, if a citizen go into probate court, get a TPOs, you know, we have to serve those TPOs. It can take anywhere between, I mean, honestly, the majority of the time, you're going to look at about a month or so before that even is served, unless it's brought to our attention to where it is something that is a true emergency. On the basis of your, typical civil papers, your lawsuits and things as such, I will tell you that the sheriff kind of pushed all the command staff out a few months back, made us go out and serve civil papers, and I've had civil papers that were in my pile that was from 2024.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I like the idea. To me, that's kind of community policing when your leadership team is out there. And so I like that engagement, because you're probably going to pick up on things along the way that can make it maybe more efficient. So thank you for the whole team doing that. So tell me the things that you saw that are obstacles for getting that paperwork delivered in a quicker fashion.
So one of the things that we have noticed within that area is, yes, personnel is going to always be a challenge, right? We're realizing that, but on the basis of the servicing and the input is one of the things that we did focus on, making sure that when they are served, that information is input into the system and sent back to the court. So they have that understanding that, hey, that it's been done.
Okay.
But I will tell you, our biggest challenge is personnel.
Okay.
If we have the adequate staff there, we will get the paper served. There's no way that 2 people can serve 1,000 papers for a month of July. There's no way. And expect that, with the expectation of that to be done in that same month.
Right. And so road deputies don't do any of that work, correct?
That's not their primary focus. Now,
Okay.
what we do, how we will kind of push that out to get some assistance, we will ask for the SROs, the school resource officers, to come and assist us when they are out of school. And that was done this past summer break. So
that's a great idea.
We do that. We've even reached out to the ambassador unit to assist us on the TAC and mail. So that's pretty much them not having contact with any of the actual citizens. They just go to the door. They put a note on the door that pretty much tells them, hey, you have a civil paper that's at the sheriff's office. Or, you know, hey, eviction is coming, whatever it may be on those bases. And then they come up to the sheriff's office for service.
That's a great idea. You know, I know there's been a lot of scams lately, so now would be a good time to share that with the public about the phone calls. You're going to be arrested if you don't, deposit a certain amount of money. So I know that people have been scammed out there, and that's so unfortunate. But I know that makes your job in getting a service delivery even harder. So I don't know if you want to comment on that.
Absolutely. So I will tell you that there is not one law enforcement agency that will contact you and tell you that you have a warrant out for your arrest. And there's not one that and none of us are going to call and request money from you. That is not something that we do as local law enforcement, as state law enforcement, as federal law enforcement. We do not contact you. If we need you, we will come and find you.
Yeah, I think most of the people that I've heard, I know one person personally that happened to, and was out $8,500, and just a law-abiding citizen that was fearful of any problems. And so I think they're really targeting a select group of people who have never been involved in law enforcement issues, and so it's unfortunate, but there is absolutely no reason anybody should be calling citizens asking for money, or you're going to be arrested.
That's
correct?
That is absolutely correct. Okay. And one thing that I will always do is if they do call, before you do anything, if you do have any type of concern or any question, speculation, hang up with the phone with them and then call the local agency. Call them. Don't just accept what they're saying on the phone. Hang up that phone call and call the number that you can find, the non-emergency line that you can find that's listed on any of our websites.
Okay. Well, thank you for clarifying that. All right. So any other comments about service delivery?
No.
Okay.
However,
All right. Thank
I
you.
will bring up some things, but then
That's good.
A couple other things to highlight under the challenges. We do have a lot of aging vehicles and office equipment that hinder our effective job performance and safety, as well as our human resources. They face that complexity of payroll management, onboarding, promotions, terminations, employee benefits, constantly sending out personnel action forms, interacting with county. So they're constantly working, which is putting a strain on those limited staff resources.
And for clarification, you're using the same payroll system. It's a unified payroll system for the county.
Yep.
And so we are working with ADP to
Yes.
expedite and make anything better that we can. So
Yeah, and Director Holmes has been instrumental in being able to communicate with our HR as well as our finance department. So we appreciate all of her office's help
okay,
with that.
very good.
All right, let me use the fancy clicker. All right, so go over to goals and initiatives to highlight our strategic plan for 2026. We're dedicated to enhancing that community engagement piece through ongoing accessible communication and outreach programs within the Sheriff's Office. Our goal is to ensure that all citizens can easily report their concerns and receive updates on public safety initiatives, fostering that open dialogue and keeping the community informed about their safety. We're also committed to enhancing the fairness in law enforcement practices through our ongoing strategic plan, which includes implementing bias training for all personnel. It ensures that every community member is treated with respect, dignity, regardless of their background. We strive to be transparent anytime we interact with the community. Our goal is to leverage advanced technology agency-wide to enhance operations, especially in the Jail Bureau and Judicial Services. This initiative includes implementation of a digital case management system to improve efficiency and transparency in inmate processing, as well as in that civil and warrant process. This time I'll turn it over to our finance manager, Coyote.
Good afternoon, ladies. How are you?
Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Good to see you all. I'm going to go over the operating budget summary for the Rockdale County Sheriff's Office. Currently, we have an estimated $32.8 million budget that includes personnel and benefits, as well as our operating expenses. Going into our fiscal year for 2026, we are requesting an estimated $40.6 million. Majority of that is for personnel services and benefits, with 1.9 for operating expenses, giving us a change of an estimated 7.7. So just to clarify this for you all on the board, currently we are not allocated for all of our positions. That we have 344. We are only at the end of each, when we're going into the approval of the budget, we are only given the amount of money for the amount of employees at that time. So the significant increase that you all see is based on us attempting and working with human resources as well as our finance department to ensure that we are properly allocated when it comes to our funding to support the 344 positions that we have within the agency.
And that's currently how many?
Currently, we
You
have
have
344.
approved.
We're approved, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And how many do you have filled?
Currently, right now, I can tell you that we have 69 vacancies.
Okay.
And we'll get more into that. Obviously, a lot of that has to do with pay issues that we have, and the majors will talk more about that.
And
during
we've
the
been
presentation.
working on that as well. We understand your concern.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that. So what I'm here to discuss is our law enforcement administration, which is 3310. This is one of our larger areas when it comes to our command staff. This particular division includes the sheriff, the chief, one of our majors, our law enforcement major bureau, our chief of staff, as well as all of our executive level staff, including myself. And so with this particular area, it includes your travel, professional services for things that we need that support the entire agency, not including the things that the divisions need, as well as supplies and things of that nature. So what you all will see is currently for our professional services, we are allocated $54,000. We have had a historic trend of having our own cleaning service within the jail, which includes inmate services, which is an issue. It is an issue. Yes, it looks like it saves money, but there's no consistency. If we get this particular inmate today to clean for a week or two, we have to then go in and find someone else that has similar cleaning habits to maintain our facilities, which is an issue. We need a professional cleaning services for our buildings. So what we were able to do was currently we are in a trial run where we have professional cleaning services that we have bought in to assist us with all of our cleaning, so that staff are not responsible for cleaning toilets, outside of maintaining your office spaces and the things that you touch, such as the conference room, if you're in there, things of that sort. So we are now requesting funding to support a professional cleaning service for our 2026, which is important that we have. Also, what you will see an increase in that particular area is to support our mental health and our wellness programs. For the last year and a half, we have not received any grant funding for a major program that has been very beneficial to our staff. It helps us with peer support. So when we're dealing with law enforcement deputies, personnel that may be going through some grieving circumstances of things of that nature, and they need to talk to our certified peer support individuals within the agency who are trained, we send off the training. This particular program supports that, as well as other beneficial trainings to support your own well-being for your mental health. Because we have not received the funding, which we all know with grant money, we have a responsibility to ensure we keep up with these programs when we get a lot of these grants. So because we did not receive the funding last year, it was not anything on the sheriff's office, we literally had to scramble and pull money here and there and cut our limitations on what we can do to support our individuals within this agency. So now we are requesting funding because we are not able to get that grant again this year. So until we can get the grant again, we need to be able to continue with this service and program to make sure that we take care of our certified and our civilian staff within the Rockdale County Sheriff's Office. Because if we can't be 100% for ourselves, we cannot get out here and protect and serve these citizens in this community to the best of our ability if our well-being is not taken care of as well.
Can I ask you, so we have a couple of different things. So you guys now have a clinician on staff?
Yes.
Correct. And that's really mainly for your interaction with the public, I believe?
Yes, it
Okay,
is.
you have one clinician?
Correct.
Correct? Okay. And then our EAP Employee Assistance Program for any individual with concerns, that would not be a benefit to staff members?
Somewhat, yes and no. And the reason I say no, I have taken advantage of our EAP and was only offered 3 counseling sessions. Anyone that has taken therapy, you should understand it takes at least 4 to 5 before you even get to getting a relationship with your therapist.
Or
so,
get to the end of the story.
There you go. So to be cut off at 3 sessions
Right.
and that's it, before you have to really come out of pocket, it is a disadvantage. It helps in the beginning, but you create a pause in what happens. You don't go back to therapy.
And can I ask real quick to Director Holmes, what does our current insurance policy offer? 20 visits a year, maybe?
It depends on which one you have, but it is an actual benefit if you have health insurance as well. So
Okay.
you can actually see a therapist.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Increase in our repair and maintenance. So again, we have a lot of vehicles with the sheriff's office within the agency, and currently we have $46,600 that is allocated to that area. We are asking for an additional funding of $21,000. Car maintenance, costs, oil changes, tires. With this being a 24-hour operations, at any time, our command team is responsible to go out. Perfect example, BioLab. It had to go out to make sure that our county was safe, and that was the responsibility of our agency. So we can't control the costs and the changes in things, inflation, so we are asking for additional funding. And again, all of the things that you see, we do our best to make sure that we try to stay in budget, but a lot of it is we just have not been given a lot of the adequate funding that we need to support the agency size that we have currently. Also, we have an increase in our communications. We have a lot of different devices within the agency that are not just cell phones. There are different portals, and Major Thomas will go over that a little bit more as far as those communication devices. And so to ensure that we get to where we need to be financially, we needed to take a small increase in that particular area as well so that we can get to where we need to be. Our last area for 3310 is our travel. Airline tickets are expensive. Hotels are expensive unless we're staying in a Motel 6. Food is expensive. So the reality of it is out of everybody's control in here what the cost of travel things, going and traveling costs. However, we also know that there is a lot of trainings that an agency of our size, 344 personnel, are in need of, and we have a responsibility to ensure we have advanced and continuous training. The sheriff is required to take certain trainings for mandate, the chief, and so on within this particular division. And so what you see is we currently stand at $40,000 for the year. And this particular area supports over 21 executive personnel. That's not a lot of money when you're talking about advanced trainings throughout the year, traveling accommodations, and things of that nature that you are required to take. Not just because you want to go, but because you are required to take as far as being a employee of the sheriff's office. What you will also see in here is an increase to support the wellness program, which is what I spoke on the professional service side. Now follow me. The beginning part was for the programming, for things that we need for speakers, initiatives. Lieutenant Patterson, who was here, she oversees that program, has done an amazing job to make sure it has sustainability. But we need funding to support the travel. So when you have someone that needs to be certified for peer support, if we have chaplains, who we have now 4 chaplains a part of this agency, when we have to give out death notifications, there is a training that our chaplains have to take on an annual basis. All of these things cost money, and we have to make sure that we have adequate funding to support these needs of our agency. And so what you will see is we're asking for an increase in that particular area of $61,000, again, to support our travel, for our law enforcement administration, as well as to support some travel needs for our mentoring and wellness program, which is also important that we maintain within the agency.
And let me be clear, during this year, the request and assistance for cutting any unnecessary things was asked. Do you feel like the department's been able to help with that?
No, because we've already been cut. And the reason I say no is because there's a lot of training and things that we have not been able to do because we don't have the funding. And we are now historically at a place where we are trying to catch up. We have been behind and we are trying to catch up. And a lot of our other expenses outside of the travel are simply vendor costs for contracts that we cannot control. So we have done our part. Every commander that is here today representing here in Unity is because they have done everything within their divisions to save money, whether I'm fussing, whether I'm sending out, or they simply are coming and asking questions to say, hey, can I spend this? I need to do this. Can I get 3 quotes? So these things, we have taken the initiatives to make sure we do our due diligence because we're not just employees. A lot of us are taxpayers in this community. Sure. So we care just like everyone else that's sitting in this room.
Right.
And for the sake of time, the next areas you see is increases simply to go along with those trainings, registration costs, membership fees. You will kind of see in those top two lines as well to support those trainings because with training, there's registration costs. Registration costs aren't cheap. We don't control that. That's mandated by the organization that is hosting the training. But again, we do our best to make sure that we only do things that are necessary. We also see gas. Gas is also an ongoing thing. Gas is constantly rising in the prices. We can't control that. And we have to ensure that we are out here patrolling and doing what we're supposed to do as your public safety agency. And so we are requesting some additional funding in our gas area.
Okay.
Last two things I have is small equipment. We're asking for additional $5,000 and our other supplies. So with these particular areas, let's imagine the sheriff's office has a lot of old items. And let's say that we need to order, for instance, I'm gonna give an example, some chairs. When you come in to our conference room and things of that nature, we have had old things that we've had to replace. And I just want to put this on the record. The sheriff's office does a very good job with using the inside resources that we have, which is our inmates, to help us offset a lot of costs that we don't want to put on our community. So when it comes to things like maybe the flooring or painting, we ensure that we get those things done. And be mindful, we are limited on staff, and we still have to find a way to get it done.
Citizens love to hear that. Because honestly, you know, a lot of citizens loved when they helped maintain the right-of-ways and things like that. And then with the change in cleaning, you know, citizens again were like, why can't inmates help? That's part of like giving them a task to do and that kind of thing. So there was a little concern that they're not a part of the solution. But thank you for bringing that up, because I think they'll be glad to hear that.
Yes, they are definitely a part of the solution.
Okay.
But again, we are limited on who we can use. For the safety of this community, we can't just let any and all inmates come out to help. We would love to offset a lot of other costs, but the reality is we have to look at their levels, and that is where the jail comes in to make sure before they send anyone out to do any work outside of the compounds of that jail, that they go through a process to ensure they are low-risk offenders that can come in and help us, and they do a pretty good job.
Good. Thank you.
So that's pretty much it as an overview, ladies, for the 3310.
Okay.
Next, I am going to bring up Major Thomas, who is the Law Enforcement Bureau Commander, and he will go over a few of his divisions.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman and Commissioners. I want to echo with everyone else. Thank you for having us here and giving us this opportunity to brief the Rockdale County Sheriff's Office budget request for 2026.
Can I ask you a question out of curiosity? The 21 that go to training that I think are part of the executive team, maybe, are they here today? Is this the team right here?
Yes. Most of them are the team.
Myself, there's a few in here.
Can they raise their hands so we know who's who? Okay, very helpful. Thank you. All right.
Okay. I'm glad you asked that question, because I was going to circle back onto some of those
Okay.
things that Ms. Oden had touched on, as far as like the mental health portion and trying to get that to continue to go and have those things available for our employees. The reason why that is so important, because everyone goes through different type of mental health, emotional things, but 9 times out of 10, whatever mental health crisis one of our personnel go through is going to be a dramatic trauma. It's dealing with the loss of a buddy's life or having to take someone's life. And EAP, 3 sessions.
Yeah. I understand.
That's not going to be enough to go with
Yeah.
that. So
Yeah.
I want to make sure that was expressed in the
Yes.
importance of having that budget for that mental health and wellness for our
And we've
personnel.
never had that position filled before.
Well, it's already been fun. Again, like I said, Lieutenant Patterson back there, she runs our mental health and awareness, and we've always had a grant up until last year. And when that grant money ran out, there's no funding for that program. Now, she scrape and scratch and get money any way she can to make sure that we have peer support and we have the personnel there, and we can try and find and get the help for those deputies when they experience those traumatic events and moments. But that is a program that is a must for the Rockdale County Sheriff's Office.
Okay.
And circling back to the training portion, like she said, you know, most of the executive staff, the training is requirement that we have to go to. It's mandated by post. That's just like with our chaplains. They have to get that training, because if you're not, we are not going to be able to maintain our certifications for those trainings. So that's why it's important to make sure that stuff, and we get those trainings and the funding to get everyone to those trainings. I'm gonna go over for UPD requests. This UPD is our uniform patrol. These are the officers that you see driving around Rockdale County every day in their patrol cars. Those are the ones who are responding to all the calls or services that goes out to the community. Those are the ones that if someone is getting robbed in the street, inside of a store, and those are the ones who are rushing to get there to them. So everything I'm going to speak on now are for the UPD, which is the Uniform Patrol Division. And like I said, those are the deputies who are out there with you in that community, and they are out there protecting and serving every single day, 24/7 in Rockdale County. First items we're going to go over is, with the ongoing rise in labor and materials, additional funding is needed for repair and maintenance of all uniform patrol vehicles for day-to-day maintenance and unexpected vehicle repairs. The average deputy, when they're out there on shift and on patrol, they drive from 85 to 100 miles a day patrolling Rockdale County. This is, even though we're the third smallest county or second smallest county in the state, we're pretty big for the amount of personnel that we have to patrol it. So those that's a high number of miles that they have to drive every day. Just for some stats alone, that's putting a lot of labor on those vehicles. For the month of June, just a uniform patrol alone, which is about 70 vehicles, those deputies and officers drove 136,294 miles just in the month of June, patrolling Rockdale County. That's a lot of wear and tear on vehicles, and they break down, and we need to have the funding to keep them maintained. Okay, next thing is the increase for support for work cell phones and communications. These devices, we just recently purchased cell phones for all the supervisors in the uniform patrol, which brings on an expense. The reason we do that because citizens, sometimes you don't have to go out to the residence. They'll say, hey, let me speak to a supervisor. We need those. We bought those so that those supervisors are able to call and respond to citizens who want a phone call, just someone to explain what's going on and why they need their assistance. Often in the past, the supervisors were calling the citizen on their personal cell phone because they have to respond to their calls. So that is one of the added expenses for the cell phones and other communication devices that we have to use. Funding is essential to ensure that our specialized unit can efficiently carry out their virtual roles in enhancing public safety, community engagement. Without adequate resources, our operational capabilities and overall effectiveness will be severely compromised. Our specialized unit, this looks like a lot, but those specialized units, as you can see there, that's our SWAT unit, our K9 unit, our motor unit, our traffic, the SROs, which are the school resource officers, and our COPS, which is our community engagement unit. I'm going to focus more on SWAT because the funding for the SWAT unit, this includes all their operational equipment, this includes their body armor, this includes their shields and everything like that. Up until recently, we did not have the proper entry shields for the level that they need. There's different levels of shields, but if you are on a SWAT team and you're going to go into a door with an armed gunman and you don't know if they got a handgun or a rifle, the average shield that you see does not stop rifle rounds. There's a special shield which is at either your level 3 or your level 4 shields. Those are the type of shields that we're requesting today. We have to purchase, and we have to keep those current for our SWAT teams, because any call that the SWAT team go to I can assure you it's a high priority and it's definitely an extremely dangerous call. That's why there are special weapons taxi unit. They have to have the top of the line equipment to preserve their safety because all of their engagements are extremely dangerous. Also, there are body vests. We have to continue to we have to replace their vests because they expire. I think it's every 3 years, every 5 years. Every 5 years, those vests have to be replaced. And the operator's vest for SWAT, those vests are more expensive than the regular ballistic vest. But again, like I said, that's because their job and what they're going in and doing is always going to be under extreme and extremely dangerous circumstances. Okay, moving on to our support services division.
And what does support services handle?
Our support services division, those are the personnel who maintain our fleet, our cars. They do all the maintenance and repairs on the facilities. They're the ones. They're our supply and uniform and support personnel. They're our IT support personnel. Yeah.
So why
and our training unit.
So why isn't the maintenance all put into this budget? I think both presentations so far talked about increase in maintenance cost for the vehicles.
Consolidated.
Can you come to the, sorry.
No, that's everybody but the jail. All right, so with repair and maintenance in particular, as far as the jail, and that's why I wanted to speak from the jail bureau. The jail has so many different contracts and things that comes out in reference to just supporting the jail as it's as a standing building. So that's why we kept that separate when we did make the request, because I believe it was last year so we actually did combine a lot of what you see there, right? So that 838 that we received for 2025, right, that was actually moved from other areas and put and placed into that one line item. But we kept the jail separate because of it's on a day-to-day basis, there are constant things that does, come out of or needs to be fixed within the jail. Us having to constantly fix things within the jail and then also having another budget or being within a budget that supports all the other areas is going to be a concern, because if those other areas eat up the budget, the jail has to be, we have to have our jail fixed. So that's the way to keep that separate to where we control what we need within our budget.
So do you have different mechanics for each division?
Different, when you say different mechanics.
So, for example,
No.
the funds for the repairs and maintenance of the mobile command vehicle, I would think you probably have one central area where cars are repaired.
That's correct.
Fixed, things like that. Why is there not one central budget for that division?
So, yeah, I mean, that part kind of falls back on you because
in the jail, you don't have a vehicle that you're...
So the jail does have vehicles. However, again, that would be something that I would say I would support. But as far as the facility maintenance,
Oh, I understand why that's separate.
yeah. As far as the vehicles, I mean, I would support services having the budget for that.
So to clarify,
I'm sorry. Thank you. It's just because a lot of people are watching from home, so we want to make sure they can.
So like Major Tate was saying, when it comes to repair and maintenance, when it comes to the jail, their repair and maintenance focuses on facilities.
Yes,
Okay.
I understand that. I think that on the previous two budget slides, they both talked about vehicles, right? So in this one, it says mobile command unit vehicle, and it's thrown in with the building facility. And I don't understand the tie-in of why it's not one central area for all vehicle maintenance.
We're not against that part for the vehicle, so we're not against consolidating that. But as far as repair and maintenance, when it comes to the jail and the repair and maintenance areas for the other divisions, majority of that is for their vehicles, and why you see facilities here is because, as Major Thomas stated, support services supports all of our groundkeeping in our facilities.
Correct.
For other things.
Yeah, I understand
Yes.
that difference. It was just like all
Clear.
the maintenance I would think would be for the cars in one place. Okay. So, okay, thank you.
We could talk about that further, because.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay, where we at? Okay, now, and the last one we'll go over is the increase for ammunition, guns and ammos. Ammunition, we have at the Rockdale County Sheriff's Office, what we did was, even though the state of Georgia Post only requires officers to qualify with their weapons once a year, we think it's important for our deputies to be as proficient and efficient with those weapons they are. So it has been, now it is a requirement for our officers to qualify twice a year with their assigned weapons, which naturally going to cost an increase in the amount of ammunition that we need and that we use, and the amount of we call it open range training, to get an opportunity to go down to the range to fire and stay proficient and efficient with using their assigned firearms.
Oh, they have to go to Forsyth to do that?
No,
Or
for
on
their
site
for their
with you?
sidearms. It's on site at our range.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
that's what I thought. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and next I will be followed by. Yeah, 30-55. Ms. Odin.
So to go to your point, Madam Chair, 3355 supports our sheriff's office and buildings. These were things that were in place when I came. Some things I agree we need to condense. And so this particular area supports two of our major operational buildings, which is our headquarters building as well as our South Side precinct. So anything that takes place, whether our elevator is down, which we're currently dealing with that issue, to something at the South Side where there may be issues with the door, this particular area supports that. And again, that is something we could definitely have a conversation on, certain things to consolidate for repair and maintenance. So we are asking for additional funding, as you see, in this particular area, because there are a lot of things. We have old buildings. With old buildings come patching, and patching only lasts so long. And so we have a lot of things that require some tender love and care to patch up. Like I said, our elevator, we need a new elevator, but right now financially it's a lot of money, so we have to get our elevator patched, which is about $15,000. So these are things that are important, and again, things that we're not just coming out of nowhere saying, hey, we just want to spend money. No, these are things that we actually have to get taken care of and make sure that an elevator, for instance, is ADA compliance. Otherwise you have to go up the stairs, and that's not good. Last you see is an increase in our general supplies. So what we did in this particular area, we actually, it looks like a major increase, but it is not. So we made a budget neutral move. So what we did was we took $60,000 from our jail general supplies, and we put it into this particular line item, which I hope you will be happy about that, Madam Chair. But so with the $60,000 or the total of $75,000, the jail has been responsible for ordering all paper products, cleaning supplies. That is for inmates and that is for staff, for your bathrooms, everything, your Lysol, all of these things. They have been responsible for it and has come out of their budget. So the money was put into their budget. It needed to be removed and put into this particular line item so that it would no longer be padded into the jail's budget, and it would be in a more feasible place that makes sense, because this supports the entire agency receiving their paper products. So the only added increase to this area is $9,000, and $60,000 of it is a transfer that we took from the jail. Next, I will bring up Major Tate, who is the jail bureau commander, and he will speak on behalf of his respective divisions.
Good evening again.
Yes.
Afternoon. All right. So I want to make it known that we are very intentional behind this budget, because we want to make sure that there were needs and not necessarily say wants. But we're getting down to this repair and maintenance line item again in reference to this. So one thing I want to highlight within repair and maintenance, we are requesting a $13,000 additional amount for judicial services. That particular area is to support the new courthouse and vehicles that we're going to have to, we have to increase staff because the courthouse is going to require additional staff, which means additional vehicles, which means additional repair maintenance. All that is a trickle down. It is a direct impact as to having additional staff.
So I thought we were going to look at consolidating the
That's
entrance.
Correct. So you said consolidating the entrance?
Yeah, I thought we were going to move the entrance,
Mhm.
so it'll be one entry point.
So that having one entry point doesn't necessarily negate the other safety parameters that we have in place for the additional size that we have to man. So not having one, having one additional or having one entry point does help on the basis of that. But currently, we technically have one that we're manning.
Right.
So that would technically stay the same. However, the safety parameters around the courthouse, the grounds, and all those things is not changed on the basis of having only one entry. The manpower still has to be there.
Oh, so people walk the courthouse area daily?
That's correct. People walk the courthouse.
I
People
just must miss
also
them all.
have to be
Sorry.
with the actual, so the bailiffs have to be with the judges.
Right.
There's a lot of other safety measures that we have in place at the courthouse.
Okay.
So yes, the increase in personnel, this will support the vehicles and then the repairs. The increase in the travel line item of $7,000. This is again to support the training. We have additional personnel. We have to have additional training. We have to have the additional travel within the budget to be able to support them going to the trainings. So majority of what you're going to see in the judicial services division is increases surrounding the courthouse. All right. So going into education and training, again, we just spoke in reference to that. The travel, the training, all of those things go hand in hand with the increase of personnel. So we're requesting $5,000 additional to the $5,000 that we have currently to make the $10,000 for the next year's budget. Gas, again, as far as the courts, and then prison transports, we have seen an increase within that. You guys, I'm sure, are aware that we have also, we're in the process of getting the transport bus. That is also going to be an impact on the budget on reference of gas. So we did increase that line item as well for that.
So let me ask you about the bus. So I thought that there are different times during the day that court starts, so they'll just all come over during the morning?
Yeah, so to support the functions, so right now how we have it, right? So the reason why this was brought up was because for instance, we will have a judge that will request 40 people, all right? So just imagine we have 3 transport vans. How many times do you think we go back and forth?
Right.
All right, so when you start talking about gas, you start talking about manpower.
Sure.
The number of hours, all those different things. And then they don't just transport, they have to actually sit there. Right. So having that bus was actually going to reduce the amount of cost that we're spending on the basis of gas. We can just do that one trip and have them there and then bring them all back because we don't have to have 3 vehicles that are out on the road and going back and
There's
forth.
that much space at the new courthouse?
So that is something that we are, as far as for the inmates to be there, yes, that is something that we have discussed, yes.
Very good. So where's the request for this bus?
So that bus was already approved. That bus is already in building currently. That was approved by the last board.
Okay. All right.
All right. So we are moving on to the jail division 3310.
I'm sorry. 33. All right, 3326. Sorry about that. All right, so the jail division, the first one that you'll see up there is as you can see, it's 3.5 that was requested for the 2026 fiscal year. However, I have some news. The medical RFP is currently underway, and the minimum bid was 3.9. So we're understanding that price is going to be higher than that. So I do want to just put that out there that the minimum, the set minimum was 3.9.
So do you have RFPs coming in?
So we are currently in the bidding process. We've already, the captains and the lieutenant for the inside the jail command, they have already submitted their reviews and their rankings for this process. So we're coming to a close on that.
And you already know the minimum bid's 3.9 million.
Correct.
How many people responded?
We have 3 people within the process, 3 companies in the bidding
And the
process.
current vendor is one of them?
Yes.
Okay. And will you answer a question? Is the mental health unit up and active? Because when I was at the jail not long ago, I asked to see it and I was told no. And I'm like, so we funded 12 officers for that, I think it, and I was told in preparation for it being online, but those officers aren't funded anymore by the grant.
That's correct. So no, the mental health stabilization unit is not up. We are actually looking at a launch date of December of this year. One of the main things that we are having an issue with, as you guys know, manpower. We cannot open up that mental health stabilization unit without having adequate manpower. Another thing that does impact the opening of the stabilization unit is the PLC system.
Right.
That is something that we did discuss when you were at the jail. Not being able to adequately open our doors, close our doors when we need to is an issue. And having an area that has several inmates that are experiencing mental health challenges, and to have doors that might potentially open by themselves, I wouldn't want to be there, and I'm sure you wouldn't either.
No, I would not.
So making sure that those things are fixed prior to us opening it is very important.
And where does that process stand? I know that you were working on getting some more bids for
Correct. So we have one company that came out, did an assessment that's pretty much indicated that, hey, they don't think that we might need a full replacement, but they can potentially do a repair. We are asking for the quote for that, and then we also ask for the quote for the full replacement for that company, and then we're working on getting one additional. Great. That will make the 3. The one concern that we had in reference to the repair was that they said it might not, need a full replacement, and that we can spend, hundreds of $1,000s on a repair that might not work, and that was a concern that we had.
Okay.
So yes, the medical services that did increase. So understanding that minimum is at 3.9. Moving into the repairs and maintenance for the jail, increasing that by $78,000. So there's a lot of different things in which, again, you walk the jail with us. You've seen that there are some a good amount of improvements that we do need to make, but also to the increase within this line item is to support us on the basis of the upkeep. What we have failed at previously is not upkeeping the jail, and that's not just to say that that's jail staff. That's us working as a whole. County general services, the sheriff's office, everyone as a whole. We have to make sure that we're upkeeping the roof. The roof should never have the roof should have never went the amount of time that it went without repair, without replacement. But we waited so long, and then we have almost $1 million project now. Same with the PLCs. This has been a conversation for years. It wasn't done. Now we're looking at almost $500,000 for repair. So having the finances to replace and repair things on an annual basis, having that constant upkeep is very important.
Sure.
So that's what that's for. And then also to say the ACA support. So we're in the process of getting ACA accredited. And it's going to be a lot of upkeep that we have to have within that to maintain that certification. So that increase also supports that.
And for our viewers, will you tell them what that means?
The ACA accreditation. So we have 2 accreditations currently, or 2 accreditations, right, for the jail. So the accreditation primarily is to say that we are meeting a state standard. a state standard that says that our jail is operating on the way and to the expectation of the state. So it's a good thing just to say that, hey, we are accredited. We are maintaining our jail. Our inmates are in here. They are receiving the care that they're supposed to be receiving. They are receiving the food that they're supposed to be receiving, and the safety is there. It's maintained. So
will you explain the acronym?
Shoot. Sorry, we've been going just ACA for so long. American Correctional Association.
Okay, and what are the other accreditations that you mentioned?
NCC, National Correctional. They're all these acronyms.
Okay.
So yeah, that one's a healthcare one.
Okay.
Then what's the other?
In government, we use a lot of acronyms,
Yes.
and it's helpful for people at home to understand what
Yes.
they mean. So.
They're all surrounding the jail on the basis of healthcare, on the basis of the safety, security, and then another main one is the cleanliness and upkeep of that jail.
Okay.
So,
Very good. And how many inmates do we have?
our average daily population is going to be around that 320 to like 350, somewhere in there.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
All right, moving down into training. So one of the things that you are going to always hear, something happens, we make the news, it's the first thing you hear in reference to law enforcement. Training. All right, we talk about the training, we talk about, what we could have done better. That same thing applies to the jail. When things happen, training, the personnel files are pulled, and that's one of the first things they go to. What training does that deputy have? And to ensure that we are training our personnel in the way that we should be, we are requesting additional $6,000 to our $7,000 that we have currently within the budget. Remind you, that's $7,000 for an area that's allocated 128 personnel. So we have the most personnel within any division, and I'm sure we have the lowest budget. So it's very important that the jail is supported on the basis of training as well.
So, and maybe the requirements for hiring for those positions are a little bit less for new employees?
So the difference between them is one being you have a certification in post certification, so you're mandated, and then the other one is no, you don't necessarily have to have any certification, but we send you to jail school. We have to send you to jail school within 6 months. That is a state requirement. So
How long does that last?
2 weeks. It's a 2-week course.
Okay.
And again, while the mandate certification now to get that is 17 to 20 weeks.
Oh, I heard.
Yeah.
Not good.
Yeah.
I wonder who started that idea.
Yeah. You should
Probably the people in Forsyth, but okay.
So, all right. So again, there's $6,000 increase within that area. The next few that I'm going to speak about: water, sewer, natural gas, and electricity. Over the course of years, I'm sure that you've seen increases within your own personal houses.
Yes.
It happens here at the sheriff's office too. So we have seen an increase on the basis of that of those areas, and we have not received any additional funding within those areas within the last few years. So we are now requesting additional funding in those areas to support that, because what it's looking like at this point is that we're going over on our budget, but we're just not allocated the appropriate funds. So that's what we are asking for increase within those areas. Those increases for water and sewer is $45,000. Natural gas is $9,000, and electricity is $100,000. The lights can never go off at the sheriff's office. I mean, at the sheriff's office, and definitely in the jail. So, gas for vehicles, again, that. So I haven't gotten to that part just yet, but Chief of Staff Lieutenant Burrell did mention the K9 unit for the jail. With the K9 unit, you can't have the dogs walking to work, so we have to have vehicles for them. And with that request for a vehicle, that is also going to increase the gas line item. We will have to have additional gas for those. Inmate food services, requested additional $10,000. So we do know that we just finished that RFP as well. We were, we selected Trinity Services. Believe that they matched us at what our current, of where we were. So it was the $728,000. We are requesting additional $10,000 to support the equipment. So there are things that we purchase as a jail that they don't purchase as a company coming in. So we are requesting additional funding for that. Small equipment purchases for the jail. So that line item, there's a few things that I have listed down here for that particular line item. One of them, I'm going to start with the most important. So as you guys just were told, that $60,000 was removed from this particular line item to support the small equipment line item under 3355. So with that being said, when that request was made to transfer those funds, I understood on the basis of us not purchasing paper products. But the one thing that stood out to me at that particular time is we also purchased stab vests out of this line item, which we no longer have a stab vest or a vest grant at all. So which means we need additional funding within that line item to support the purchasing of stab vests for the jail. That is where we purchased it from when we don't have the grant, and currently we don't have it. So we do need funding for that. That is a safety measure. We have to have the vest. And trust me, Captain Harris goes down into the jail and she taps everyone's uniform to make sure that they have their vests under. So we need to make sure that they have their vests.
Very good. Very good. I like that daily check. Right? That's good. Now, I heard that you have 17 slides left,
probably,
which puts us at about 6 o'clock tonight. No, I'm just kidding. So
I can speed.
You can speed.
All right.
You
so,
can skip the electricity and gas conversation.
I got you. Well, I'm actually coming up to the end on mine anyway. But so yes, within that,
we know. Yeah.
Within that, with small equipment as well as one fingerprint machine. We did have our fingerprint machine go down. One is still down, which has cut off our ability to be able to service the community for now because we have to focus on the inmates being fingerprinted.
Okay. Do you get that request very often?
Does that request come often? No. Well, for the community? Yes, all the time. Yeah, especially from probate court.
Okay.
Restraint chairs for the mental health unit. That is one of the requests in there. And then the annual radio cost, which is something that we're going through currently with Motorola, trying to get, I think it was 50 additional radios for the jail. Saying additional, however, we have to replace the current radios that we have. They're no longer going to be supported after 2026. We're trying to jump on top of this now and getting that accomplished. So this was something that we did go ahead and send that up. So that should be coming before you all soon. But we are going to need additional funding within that line item to support that. We have to have radios in the jail. Tasers is also listed within that. And that is it within that line item.
Okay.
All those are same.
CID, as you can see, most of the budget increase for our CID aren't very significant. The only ones that I highlight on is, with us is the increase in supplies and support for the Pearl program that's needed, and then additional supplies that are needed for our criminal investigation division. Most of these supplies that are needed for the criminal investigation division is for the purchase of office supplies. And I've been here for 7 years, and I don't think the chairs in CID has ever been replaced. So it's to purchase stuff like that also. Having our investigators fall out of chairs and then having to go get put on workman's comp and FMLA, and then we just took somebody off the street.
We don't want any of that.
Exactly. We don't want any of that to happen.
Okay, got it.
But outside of that, yeah, most of their increases aren't that much on there. So for the sake of time, unless you all have any questions about the criminal investigation division, that's what CID stands for.
So I do.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
I think we need to talk about the Pearl program for a minute.
Yes.
Because we're looking at a process of how we can, when grants end, we have to have a plan of action probably a couple of months before they end for funding purposes. And I know that the Pearl program was funded, was it through ARPA?
Yes.
ARPA, right?
It was ARPA.
So the
And before
funding.
that, it was grant funded.
Yeah, so when that ended, there's not a dedicated funding stream for that program. So maybe we can work offline to see what we can do about that. But I see this request for an additional $12,000 to support professional services rendered by the Pearl program.
Yes, ma'am. And those are the things that the Pearl program. Since the Pearl program been activated, it was started by a former probate judge, Judge Cuppert, and in conjunction with him, the Madam DA, and also the sheriff, they put this program together and they got the funding for it through opera to start. The service that they provide it's a service that we must have. It's the Pearl program, and that representative's sole purpose is to protect our elderly and those people who have adult with learning disabilities. And just like we were just speaking at the beginning of this, those are the people who are out there getting scammed. Those are the people who are out there who, unfortunately, family members are taking advantage of them. And our Pearl program and our Pearl representative, Ms. Snyder, she has done an awesome job. As a matter of fact, if I may, I bought. Yeah. Oh, okay, because I bought some, I want to give y'all some handouts here. If y'all
Okay,
don't mind.
that'll be fun.
Go on, get up on.
I won't take much of your time.
Okay.
PEARL, acronym, Protecting Our Elderly and At-Risk Adults with Resources for Better Living. It was initially started in 2017 with Sheriff Levitt, Judge Cuthbert at the time, and DA Alicia Johnson. And what they established was a multidisciplinary team. It's very similar to a child fatality review team, where local agencies, state agencies came together to talk about elder abuse cases of neglect, exploitation. Well, it has grown and it has become more of a holistic approach. We're going to have a lot of residents in Rockdale County that is being scammed and that is being neglected. And I work very closely with over 30 agencies, federal, state, local agencies, to help educate our seniors, our elderly, our caregivers about what's going on. We have seniors that is sending money and stuffed animals, okay, through the post office. And I'm talking about $80,000, $40,000 cash, because they think they're in love with somebody they never met, okay? So I work very closely with the investigators and CID and also the deputies. I also work with the deputies with these unlicensed personal care homes in Rockdale County. I've been here for 5 years. We've had over 36. And these individuals that are in these unlicensed personal care homes have to be placed. So they call Miss B. Miss B will get on the phone and she will find somewhere for them to go, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning if need be. So Pearl is my baby. I work very closely with the Sheriff's Department. I've been housed there for the 5 years, although I was under state court, and Sheriff Levitt graciously put me under RC at Rockdale Sheriff's Office permanently. But our seniors really need to be cared for here in Rockdale County and educated. We're about to do a billboard promotion on scams and unlicensed personal care homes is coming out this month and next month. So that's Pearl. If you have any questions, you know how to reach me.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. So on the screen, you'll see our organizational chart, kind of give you an overview of how we're structured. We do currently are allocated 344 positions. I think it was already discussed that we have 69 vacancies as of this past Friday. Some of the personnel requests that we'll go into, I'll start with our HR generalist has been requested one new position as part of our law enforcement administration. Again, that's like we talked about, you know, the two people that we have in that division now. is they're very overworked with the amount of tasks that they're having to perform. So we'd like to get one additional person in there to take care of our people. Not only the people that we have in-house, but the new people that we're also bringing on. Do you want me to turn it over to Lee for the CID request, the other personnel requests? Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, in our criminal investigation division, we're asking for an additional 3 criminal investigators. The reason being is the caseload. The number of, right now on average, our CID investigators are averaging, 50 to 80 cases each. That's a heavy workload, and even with that workload, if we have a major crime that happen, a murder or something like that, they have to stop those caseloads, and we focus on that because right there, that's our priority, is to find out who committed that crime and bring them to justice. So those additional investigators will spread that caseload workout for those CID investigators. For Uniform Patrol, our accident investigators, right now currently we have 3 people in our traffic unit. I get at least 5 to 6 phone calls every day about people speeding and about people running through school zones. With 3 traffic personnel, it's kind of hard to manage traffic in Rockdale County. So those additional personnel will help us to hire investigators who can also handle the fatalities, because these are the investigators that handle all our fatalities, all our hit and run investigations and stuff, so on like that. So that's what we're requesting those for.
So you need to tell that a little bit differently because it makes it sound like you have 3 people on the road. So, or that's what I took out.
Our traffic unit. The traffic unit is the unit that goes out. Those are the ones who do our speed detection. Those are the individuals who investigate our fatalities in our vehicle accidents. Those are individuals, if you drive out there and you're just driving around and somebody just sideswipe you and take off and you're like, oh my goodness, they're the ones who go out and investigate those hit and runs and things like that. They are the ones who conduct and investigate all our DUIs also.
And they're just a portion of the whole
Uniform Patrol.
Uniform Patrol,
Yes.
which is a much greater number.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, here we go. The additional 4 certified deputies in the Uniform Patrol. Once we get our salaries up, and we are going to get that up, and once we start getting our personnel on board, we would like to add additional deputies to certain zones in Rockdale County. I'm not familiar if everyone is familiar with the zones, but we have areas that we call hot zone, which is zone 6 and zone 4. We normally need, we're gonna have additional deputies to patrol in those areas. Cause right now, there's 1 deputy assigned to each zone. But there are some zones in Rockdale where we wish and we would like to have 2 or 3 deputies patrolling in those zones. And that's it. Next is jail.
All right. So, new position. One of the new positions that I am requesting over in jail is an administrative assistant. As you guys know, I indicated earlier that the jail division is the biggest division. I do a lot on a day-to-day on the basis of administration, and I do not have a assistant. I do need that support on the administrative side. That is something that we have been, we had a position there. That position was moved a while back and reclassified into something else. So we did try to make sure that, instead of always asking for new positions, that we reclassified some. And in this particular case, it is a need there. That is a true need. I believe that as an executive commander, every executive commander should actually have an assistant to keep up with the administrative work, and then as well as schedule. Detention deputies, that is an additional request of 4. So you asked about the mental health stabilization unit. While you were there at the jail, we did mention that when we originally asked for the 12 positions, what we did not consider is relief factor. If anyone calls out, that means there's no one there to replace them. There were still different requirements that we had in place for those particular deputies. So that means not every deputy could just go in and work and substitute in that area. So we do have to provide a relief factor for PTO and call outs and things as such. So that was a request of additional 4 deputies for that area. A maintenance technician, 2 of those new positions. We were requesting this on the basis of the ACA, so that's another support factor for ACA. That's the upkeep. As of currently, we do have a support services division.
What is ACA?
ACA is the American Correctional Association.
Okay,
Gotcha.
back to that again.
Gotcha.
Okay,
The
got it.
accreditation that we're trying to get.
Yes.
So with that, we do have to have a support factor there. We do have support services division. They have two, well, technically 3 personnel down there, and they support, again, the Southside Precinct, the entire headquarters. They try to support the jail as well. A lot of their time is spent in the jail, but actually having designated people assigned to the jail to have the upkeep, to help with the maintenance and all those things, would definitely be beneficial on the basis of us getting and maintaining the ACA accreditation. Certified deputy for the jail. So we mentioned training. One of the other areas that we feel like we're kind of overlooked at as far as the jail. So getting a actual trainer for the jail. So we do have 2 currently, and we're trying to expand that unit to ensure that our new hires and our current deputies are well and adequately trained. We currently are implementing a new jail training program, and I will be happy to show that to you, on our, some downtime. But
Sure.
That new program is going to take us to the next level. And then with that, we do need another training deputy there to kind of support on the maintaining our current deputies. So we have 2 that focus on new hire, but we need additional positions to focus on the current deputies. And then 1 additional corporal. So our structure is always on shifts. It's lieutenant, sergeant, corporal. As of now, we have 1 shift within the jail that is lieutenant, sergeant, and sergeant. So we're trying to get a corporal placed on there, so we have a full balance shift across the board: lieutenant, sergeant, and corporal. So that is a request for that.
Okay, yep. Support services, we're asking for 1 additional system analyst. Our IT section, we're asking for an additional support services system analyst in there. Our support services, they touch over 520 pieces of equipment a day. Every deputy that walks around is like a RoboCop, because you got a body-worn camera, you got an in-car camera, you got your computer inside that car, you got a cradle point inside of there, you got a taser. As soon as you pull that taser, every camera around them comes on. So they touch a lot of things. Because if one of those break, we got 2 people down there to take care of that. That's a lot. So we will most humbly ask that we get an additional system analyst down there in the Rockdale County Sheriff's Office. Because not only that, but they also take care of what over in the jail? Every piece of electronic equipment over in that jail and every system inside the jail also. That's 2 people, man. That's a big task for anyone to take on with just 2 people.
All right, going into the back into judicial, civil, and warrants. So we spoke about warrants. We spoke about civil papers. Captain Harris, do you remember what that last civil paper number was? Yeah. So 1,000, and then for warrants, I believe we had 2,300, something like that. Still 2532. So that, just understanding those numbers.
For what time frame?
That is from what we have from January 1 up until current.
And that was for what again?
That one is for the warrants. So active warrants. So
warrants that were issued, bench warrants.
Correct. So that's bench warrants, that's FTAs, that's the criminal warrants that we would go in. All of those are combined into that number.
Okay.
And we have 1 fugitive person that is assigned to the civil and warrants area, and then we have two deputies that are currently assigned to the civil side. So understanding that we do need additional personnel within that area to improve that operation.
And what agencies do you work with for the fugitive? You said you had 1 person.
1 fugitive person. Yeah, one person that's assigned to the fugitive unit.
Okay.
And yeah, we work with multiple different agencies. A lot of connections have to be had for that particular area, because you want to make sure that you're going in and out of other counties to apprehend these people some of the time. So having that, the multi-jurisdictional knowledge, I'll say, is important, and having those relationships.
Okay.
Moving into the courthouse, we're looking for 4 civilian screening clerks. So one of those safety factors that we want to kind of present to you all is that if I am sitting there and I am a certified deputy and I am on a post at the front door and I am focusing on this machine and trying to make sure that when I'm scanning, what I'm scanning doesn't have any firearms in it, doesn't have anything in it that's not supposed to be in the courthouse, guess what? My attention is not on that door. My attention is now taken away from the door, and I'm focusing on what is down here on this screen, which is a safety issue. Which means if anyone else comes in with a firearm, anyone with an intent to actually do anything within the courthouse, my attention is not there, which means I am a step behind that person that's coming in. So we're trying to place civilian clerks there to focus on the screening, while there is another certified deputy that focuses on the door.
So what I see are civilian screening clerks,
yes.
But you just said a certified person at the screening and a certified person.
Yes, so one certified deputy person who is there for safety. They're watching the door, watching everyone that comes in, and then there are civilian screening clerks that is focusing on the actual machine, what's coming in and scanning.
So one civilian clerk and one certified deputy.
Yes, at the doors.
That's what I see when I go over to the courthouse now.
So we don't have any civilians that screens.
Oh, yes, they're not civilians, but yeah.
So majority of your doors, we do have rovers that are inside of the courthouse. So if you see them, you see 2 people there, it's likely because the rover is just there at that particular time, but they're not stationed there. It's one person that's stationed at the entry. So ensuring that there is one person that can focus on that door and another person that can focus on the screening is very vital. And if you go to other courthouses, you are likely to see that exact same thing.
So why do you need 4?
We have to factor in relief factors. So, working every day, and ensuring that you can take PTO. Although it's the same thing that we have on the basis of the mental health unit, just making sure that we have that relief factor there.
All right.
New courthouse certified deputies. We are requesting 10 additional positions for the new courthouse. Lieutenant Patterson can probably explain that a little bit more if you guys want the detail.
That would be great.
We will need 10 new positions that will assist with the entrance, having someone with the entrance with our rovers, because of the larger capacity that we're going to have. We are now moving all of our buildings into the new all the courtrooms into the new courthouse. So you will have the 2 superior, 2 magistrate, juvenile, and of course we'll be responsible for seeing about those, as well as the bailiffs. So we're doubling the capacity of what we have now.
Go over those numbers and how we're doubling the capacity, because those courts are functioning now, correct?
They're functioning now, yes, but the square feet is going to be more for us to cover. So we have the outside, the green space as well, that we have to cover the entire facility. So we have the 2 bailiffs, but we still also, how they are set up, we have to move the inmates from the downstairs in the holding cell up to these places. We have juvenile in there as well. So we're increasing in the number, we're anticipating increasing in the number of people or inmates that's coming there as well, and those visiting the courthouse.
Okay.
So one of the important things to kind of that I want to present to you all in reference to that is, when you increase the amount of area that we have to cover, we have to increase the amount of people. We can't have areas that are not covered. That is that's a safety risk. So yes, we have cameras. We have a person who will be monitoring cameras, but the response, a person getting from one side of the courthouse to another side of the courthouse, our response time. That's one of the things that citizens on the road always speak about, right? Mm-hmm. How long it took us to get there. The same thing applies in the courthouse. making sure that we can get in, into the areas that we need to get to in a timely fashion. And then lastly for the courthouse is the sergeant position. With additional personnel, the 10 additional personnel that we did request as far as certified deputies, we do need an additional supervisor. As it stands currently, there is a lieutenant and there is a sergeant that oversees transport. Outside of that, that's it. So having an additional supervisor to assist with managing those personnel is important.
So all the planning and funding for using technology, improved cameras, better holding cell system for sure, and moving the courts into the new building. So all of that, what did it get us in efficiency?
So what I will say is this, right? I've heard this one statement before. I want to repeat it to you guys, right? So when a house is built, we plan for fires because we put fire alarms, we put sprinkler heads, we put all those things. But when we are expanding on the basis of, additional houses in the community and all those things, the one thing that's not ever factored in is law enforcement presence. So it's the same thing for the courthouse. We are expanding the courthouse. We're adding the new cameras that gives us visibility on the basis of what we're seeing. But we have to have the new people there to respond to what we're seeing on the camera.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With the 5-year capital improvement plan, for the sake of time, we're just going to go through them, and if y'all have any questions on anything particular, we'll address those items, ma'am, if that's okay with you all.
Funny enough, I turned my page and there really was a blank sheet, and I thought, great. All right. Okay. All right, moving on.
Okay, so on the first one, we're discussing automotive equipment, technology programs and improvements, construction of heavy equipment, building improvement, renovation, and expansions. And you can see for the next 5 years, those are what we're looking at the possible increases of being to maintain those.
So let me ask you this. What portion of SPLOST dollars are used for those?
Vehicles?
Uh-huh.
All our vehicles are purchased on SPLOST. The county does not buy any of the Rockdale County Sheriff's Office vehicles out of general funds.
Okay.
The only way we get new vehicles is if there are SPLOST funds available, which is why right now we got vehicles that deputies operate with 100 to 120, 150 miles on. Yeah. Like Major just said, there are some we're out there still running with 200,000 on them. But that's good maintenance. That's why we need more money for maintenance.
And we appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, if there's no questions on that. That's it. Yeah. And that's it for our capital improvement, unless you all have some questions for us, Madam Chair and Commissioners. No?
Yeah.
Awesome. It's been a pleasure being here with you all.
It's been a true experience, and we appreciate it.
We need to do
very
this more
much.
often.
No, we don't. We'll do a small group next time. How about that?
I can go with the small group.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, very good. Thank you. Thank you to everyone that came today.
All right, so as we transition, next would be Judge McRae with State Court.
Good to see you.
How are you? Good, thank you.
Good.
All right.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. Are you going to be at Memory Cafe?
Okay, good. I know, yeah. Still trying. I'm still trying. Still trying.
Thank you very much. All right.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Judge McRae.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Vanessa, Commissioner Smith, and Commissioner Williams. I guess my microphone's working.
Yes, it is.
There we go.
They're just loud.
All right. Since we haven't seen you at a budget presentation before, Have we? Well, I
This
have
will-
not. So
this
this
will
is
be
the
my
first
first.
one. So,
Introduction would be good for everyone.
Well,
yes.
Well, thank you, everybody, commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to present the budget for state court, for the budget purpose state court 1. My name is Chief Judge Vasco Terry McCray. I was appointed by Governor Kemp in December 2024 to assume the vacant position. So this is my first opportunity to come before the commissioners. So I thank you for this opportunity. I've had an opportunity to meet each one of you individually in different capacities and since I've taken the bench. So I look forward to presenting my budget today.
So can you share, for the community, can you share the responsibilities of your court?
So as the chief state court judge of Rockdale County, I'm responsible for, we have two courts, State Court A and State Court B. We are responsible for misdemeanor crimes, so those are offenses that do not rise to the level of felonies. And we also have traffic court underneath that. And then we also have civil cases that aren't handled under the jurisdiction of the civil court. So we have those responsibilities. You heard earlier, I heard the back end of the brief, we also have DUI court. We used to have the PRO program. And then also, as I get into my budget presentation today, we have formally been submitted for recognition as a veterans court here in the state of Georgia. So hopefully that's going to progress in a positive manner, but we have officially submitted to the state to set up a Veterans Accountability Court here in Rockdale County. For those who don't know, I'm a retired Army JAG officer, spent 20 years in the military, in the Army, so I'm very pro-veteran. Prior, in my private practice, I used to do pro bono work for veterans. When I had opportunities, I would take PTO from my regular job so I could support veterans and their families.
Very good. All right. Well, thank you.
Okay, so we will dive into this. So we already introduced me, so we can move on to what the vision and the mission, which we kind of already went over.
Is a clicker up there?
Oh, I control it.
Yes.
Am I doing the arrow button?
The down.
Doing down?
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So the vision is to ensure fair and efficient, impartial administration of justice. Our mission to have efficient court operations, reduce the backlog, and provide accessibility to the court for Rockdale County citizens. And the values are integrity, fairness, impartiality, and the rule of law. The biggest thing about when I came onto this job, previously I was a part-time magistrate judge here in Rockdale County during COVID to help get rid of the backlog. We still have backlog from back in COVID, and then with the vacant seat that I took, we had backlog of cases. So it was very important to me when I took this position to make sure that cases are being heard and that we're filling the calendar. And with that, making sure that we have efficient operations. I like to think that my military experience has helped me with organizing and making efficient operations, and I think we've seen good results. As we move into the next slides, you'll see the numbers. Some of the successes that we've had since I've taken office in December 24. I've had a total of 861 cases, criminal cases that have been filed. Of those, 686 cases have settled via plea payment or dismissal or trial or et cetera. That's compared to 982 criminal cases that were received final dispositions last fiscal year. So just doing simple math, I'm on pace to double what we did in the last year previous to me taking over. Also, since taking in office, I've inherited 1,087 civil cases, and as of the end of July, I had settled 471 of those cases. That's compared to 257 cases being settled last year. So since I've taken my position, working with my staff, working with my team, working with the clerk of courts, we have doubled our case amount. Opportunities that I see here, one is to ensure that we have accessibility of courts for the citizens of Rockdale County. One of the big ones, as I mentioned, is Veterans Court. We have a large Veterans Court population here in Rockdale County. Of the other accountability courts that we already have here, we have DUI court, we have mental health court, we have family court. Within those, you have veterans who could benefit from a Veterans Accountability Court. Veterans have different needs and different resources available to them if they know they're available. So they can come into if they come into the system, unfortunately, in a criminal aspect, we can have if we have a Veterans Court, we can address those needs. One, PTSD is one of the big problems with veterans suffer and have had to deal with. We can get them the mental health resources they need. We can have job training. And then I would be the Veterans Court judge coming out of it in the initial phase. Me being a veteran, a lot of veterans don't trust other people. So I can speak their language. My dad was a veteran, and I have a personal story with my dad. My dad and I never had a conversation about his experiences in war in Vietnam. He's a Purple Heart recipient until I returned from Iraq. That was the first time he felt comfortable, even with his own son, to discuss what he had faced. So that's just an example personally that I know. It's just we can speak a language to each other to help us get through that. Night traffic court, Madam Chairwoman, as you know, is a accessibility to courts, and we have set up and established a night traffic court here in Rockdale County. We have now done it for 4 periods. We've had efficiency-wise, we've been able to set it up. We've had people to be able to come into court, and the stated purpose was so people do not have to take off from work during the day, that they can handle the traffic tickets at night, and we've had success with that. And we've had the cooperation with Rockdale County Sheriff's Department, with Georgia State Patrol, and this month we've tested it. We're now going to have tickets written specifically for night court, and then hopefully as this program continues, citizens can call into the courthouse and say, hey, can I have my traffic case heard at night court, as their option. Okay. So we are working, which they can do now. They can actually request night court now for their counties to be continued to. So I think that's a win for the citizens of Rockdale County. Mm-hmm. The other thing we've done for accessibility is jail court. Judge Reed has the first week in the month, and I have the third week in the month. So what that allows is if citizens get picked up in Rockdale County and for some reason they cannot make bail or bond, we now have 2 opportunities at the jail to have the public defenders go down there, hear their cases, and a lot of times resolve them within that 2-week period versus having to wait 6 months to a year to have a case. So we've had success with that, and we're committed to make that happen. So.
And what do you call that program?
We call it's jail court, because we actually have there's a courthouse. For those who don't know, there's actually a courthouse set up in the jail. Right. So we can actually hold court there. So it cuts down on transportation back and forth of the inmates, and then also, unfortunately, when people get picked up on the weekend and it's time to make bail or make bond, some people don't either know how to do the process or they can't afford to get out. So if we're having court every 2 weeks, for instance, we just had a case today. I can speak on it because it's a case where somebody was picked up for driving on a suspended license. They had already spent 10 days in jail. When I saw them today, we were able to work out a plea deal because they've already done their 10 days in jail, credit for time served, case closed. So their stuff was resolved in less than 2 weeks versus if it would have gone on a docket, get calendar, get arraignment, go through the whole process. So I think that's a win for the citizens of Rockdale County. So if they're in a situation where they find themselves in jail, they can get out quicker.
Okay, very good.
Staying in jail is a lot more expensive.
From the taxpayers' standpoint also, and then people having to get back to work. So all the factors, if we can give them more opportunities for cases to be heard, I think that's a win for everybody.
Well, if we're honest, a lot of employers these days aren't going to wait 10 days for an employee that's missing, especially when they find out why. So I think it's good in a lot of ways and much better option. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So, and the last one is social justice reform. Pretrial diversion has existed in Rockdale County for a quarter of a century now. Well, I can say that, but over 25 years. And we've continued that program. And what that does is allow first-time offenders an opportunity, for, especially at state court because of misdemeanors, if they meet the criteria, to go through basically a supervision program where they can take programs, community service, take classes, and if they complete those successfully, that charge will go off their record totally. So,
I'm not well informed on this. So can you give me some examples of the misdemeanors you're speaking about that your court
misdemeanors handles? So some of the simpler ones would be young person gets in fight mutual combatants in school. Okay. They have no record. Okay. And make it even cleaner, you have 2 straight A students, they get into a fight in school, they can't get charged as juveniles, and they come before our court. If they have no prior record, if we're seeing that they're not criminal behavior, we can do anger management class, we can do community service. It can be a 12-month period of them being clean and doing what they need to do. And if they successfully graduate from that program, then that conviction would actually be dismissed. It would
Okay,
be
dismissed.
So we dismiss the charge totally. So it's a predisposition of a case.
In that situation, that person would be 17 or older?
It can be any age. And that one is 17 and older,
Okay,
yes, because they'd be
okay.
considered as an adult. As you know, juvenile court handles juveniles.
Correct.
But that's just a situation.
Okay.
with
Well,
a-
that's
in a
helpful to
misdemeanor.
understand.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. So
All right.
that's how, and then there's criteria that they have between the district attorney's office when they present cases that come before me for pretrial diversion. Then I can rule as if I'll accept them into pretrial diversion.
Well, and I will say this, for the DA, I know that she has a heavy caseload. So any opportunities we can have to expedite things, keep people out of jail, that type of thing is a win, I think, for the community. So I think this program speaks to that, and we would love to hear other ways that we could maybe help in that regard.
Great,
too.
thank you, yes. So, but we are definitely using that in Rockdale County, so that's been a win situation. And then the challenges, as I spoke of earlier, is just the number of cases, making sure that people are getting their cases heard, especially in civil court. When people file their civil cases, they want action. They don't want to wait 2-3 years to have cases heard. So what I've challenged our team, we put cases on calendars and we move cases. So we get on the calendar, then attorneys have to start doing work, people have to start coming to court, and we start working on it versus waiting, when am I going to get a court date? So.
And what would those cases look like? Why would somebody maybe file for for your court versus magistrate?
From a jurisdiction standpoint, people have, for lack of a better word, called forum shopping. So people see which courts they feel can hear their cases quicker and things of that nature. So I know right now, if people start looking at how my caseload is moving, I may be more advantageous than other courts. I can't say for sure, but I do know for a fact that when cases are filed in my court, we are getting them on the calendar as soon as possible.
Okay. But what would they come to your court for in that regard?
So some of the civil cases would be homeowner association disputes. You have you have property issues where you want civil remedies that the threshold of the amount is more than either a magistrate court or small claims court, and you want to be heard in state court and is not the jurisdiction of superior court.
I see. Okay.
So cases between individuals and things of that nature.
Okay. And the threshold for magistrate is up to 15?
It changes. I would misquote right now.
Okay.
I would misquote right now, but
All right.
I can get that number back for you.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome. And then the last challenge I have is making sure that Rockdale County court system has competitive pay to attract top talent. And I know you've heard that in different ways from everybody.
Yes, we have.
So it's not nothing new, but some of the goals and initiatives. Once again, to provide timely access to courts by placing courts on calendars, having more court dates, which I've done by having night court and jail court, equity, giving all cases equal due process and attention. I think it's very important that when somebody has their case heard in court, that I take the time to make sure they feel like they've had their day in court. I don't get in a rush. I make sure that we move efficiently, but I do make sure that if they want to be heard, that they're heard and justice is done. And then innovation, I maximize technology. I don't know what was going on before I got here. I can't speak to that, but especially with attorneys that are in Metro Atlanta, other side of Metro, if their case can be heard using video conference, I give them that option. I do not prevent that from happening. So we just had several cases this week where people couldn't make it to court. We put them on the Zoom. When it's their time to be called, we can do everything in the courtroom and move it on like another case. So I maximize that. And as we've already talked about, social justice reform and establishing a veterans court are some of the things we're working on in state court. So the money piece, finally get there. So last year, our budget was $646,144. Proposed budget for fiscal year 2026 is $824,823, which would be a change of $178,000 $679. So that's a $178,000 increase. How do I get to those numbers? So the first two are easy. Court reporters and bailiffs. If I'm having more court, I have more bailiffs. In state court, we have civilian bailiffs that get paid by the day. So I have more days of court, I have more coverage that's needed. And then also court reporters are required. So more court. So I'm only asking for $15,000 more dollars based on our current numbers. So that ask does not seem unreasonable, and I don't think anybody would get too much up in arms about that. And then those are the reasons, but basically it's more court, more people, more hours. So that's easy. The current organization chart is myself as the chief judge in state court A. I have a law clerk and I have a judicial assistant. What my proposed change for fiscal year 2026, with us going into the new courthouse and with Rockdale population growing, there's been talk that we're about to get to a position where we're going to have a third state court. If that does happen, because we're already having the workload of basically 3 state courts, I believe having a staff attorney in the as the chief state court judge, I believe if I had a staff attorney, fully trained staff attorney with experience, that would enable me to have a better quality of work, because the current situation we have with the law clerks, though qualified, the pay that they are currently getting, I'm unable to offer the job to somebody for that rate of the quality and the experience and credentials that we need. So the current law clerk position, I don't want to talk budget, I don't want to talk numbers to give out, but it's in a range of $60,000 to $70,000. The staff attorney position, working with human resources, talent management, with total compensation would come out to $117,000 for a fully trained attorney based on all the criteria that they look at comparing different counties. So when I get to that number, but Veterans Court Coordinator, if we get a Veterans Court, we need a part-time position, and that would be about $50,000. Between the state recognizing us, we can get state money, working with Austin Jackson and Derek Michaud on the grants. There's some other federal grants out there that we can get money to help pay for that. But that would be an expense if we get the Veterans Court to have a coordinator, and then keep my judicial assistant. So the personnel request, so you have a whole county budget to deal with, so you have to make hard and tough decisions. In a perfect world, I could have go from 2 people to 4 additional people on my staff. But when we start working numbers, if my law clerk could get promoted to a staff attorney position, or if I could both have one or the other, would be my request. But the staff attorney position right now, for the money that we're giving law clerks, it's going to be hard to attract the experience that we need for that type of attorney. And then once again, the Veterans Court Coordinator would be $50,000. If the county would pay for it, that would be great. But with that being said, our biggest goal is to make sure the state recognizes a Veterans Court, and then we can work with grants and other agencies to help fund that position also.
Okay.
So that is the budget request for state court aid, or 1, consider how they do it for finance this year. So I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you and share some of the things that we are doing for Rockdale County, making courts more accessible, and also try to create a Veterans Court. Do I have any questions?
I have a comment. I just want to commend you on doing such a great job with knocking out the cases with such a small staff. So it seems like you're running an efficient operation over there.
Thank you so much.
For doing that.
No, I appreciate that, and I'll let my team know that, because I'm only as good as my team, so I would definitely let them know that.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
And I really appreciate the emphasis on the Veterans Court. My husband's a veteran, and we lived through Vietnam.
Yes.
And, there's a lot of needs there.
Thank you. So I definitely want to keep championing veterans in each opportunity that we can.
Well, I appreciate that. That's a bonus to our efforts to make our community, have a higher level of focus and becoming a patriotic community. And I think that's certainly one way to help serve that population. So thank you for your hard work.
You're welcome.
Those
Thank
were
you.
impressive numbers that you shared.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I'll let my team know.
All right.
All right.
Thank
You guys have a good evening.
Have a good day.
All right.
So, Madam Chair and Board, that is the last presentation for today. Tomorrow morning, we start back at 10 a.m. with the Department of Transportation.
All right. Thank you very much. And thanks to all who came to watch today.